risk it was posing. Now the debris field is pretty dispersed, so we're just kind of living with a heightened risk of a strike to the space station. It's about 2 times higher than it was before, but we control it to a really tight level anyway. If there's ever a greater than 1 in 100,000 chance that something could hit us, we actually move the space station to stay out of the way of space debris. So it's kind of a new normal now for us, but we have fantastic support on the ground to really understand what those risks are and do everything we need to manage them. So from our perspective, we just executed the procedures that ground directed us to. And in a way, it was actually a really interesting opportunity for our crew to respond to a real contingency in coordination with the ground when we first got up here, and we learned a lot from that experience that we've carried forward throughout the increment.
Great. This is sort of a journalist question, but you mentioned all of the preparation that you did to get out there. I know that we talked before you left about all the preparation you did. Is there anything about space travel and being on the station that really surprises you that you weren't expecting?
You know, there's a million little things that you hear about from the experienced astronauts that you think you're prepared for until you experience them yourself, and then it's just a little bit different. You know, you can understand intellectually what microgravity will be like. The fact that if I let go of this microphone, it'll stay floating here, but if I stop paying attention, it has some rate and velocity on it, and it's probably going to disappear. I may never see it again. I would say the one thing that I truly wasn't expecting and hadn't considered even a little bit is I have curly hair up here. On the ground, my hair is straight, and something about being in microgravity, not having it weighted down, I have curly hair. That really surprised me and my entire family. My sisters were like, "What is going on with your hair?" I was like, "I don't know. I guess this is what my space hair looks like."
They don't make materials up there to hold it down. I don't even know if you could at that point.
I don't know. I'm kind of going with it. I've wanted curly hair my whole life, so I figured this 6 months is my chance.
There you go. You talked about your family. How much do you get to talk to people on the ground who aren't reporters, your family and folks like that? When do you get an opportunity to do that?
We have really fantastic resources up here, especially, compared to my time on the submarine where we had occasional very slow email and no other way to communicate with family, and then also being a wife of a former Army officer, having him deployed and kind of not being different communication strategies with him, but never real time. It's pretty special up here to be able to actually call the ground. We have an internet protocol phone, so as long as we have good satellite coverage, we can call home. And once a week, we get to do video chats with our families. So I've gotten to video chat with my family on the holidays. My niece was opening Christmas presents for me. She was my surrogate present opener on Christmas back home. So we get to stay really connected, and that's super special for us to get to have them in our lives and share our experience up here with them.
So your niece opened your gifts. Is there anything you're looking forward to getting back to gift-wise when you get back from the space station?
Yeah, I'll say my family did a pretty good job this year, and I put the present buying all in the hands of my husband, Tom, and I can say he did a good job. We got good reviews from the family on the presents he picked out.
Great. I'm trying to think. Can you kind of describe the area of the space station that you're in right now for those that are watching it? What are we looking at here behind you and everything?
Yeah, I'm actually here in the Japanese experimental module Kibo. It's one of our laboratory modules aboard the space station. So here we conduct some of the most advanced science experiments that we're doing on the space station. And behind me, actually, the circular door here is an airlock, not for people, but for equipment and experiments. So outside, there's actually a robotic arm that can remove experiments from from the pallet that we can send in and out, and then we can bring them back in. So it allows us to increase the number of experiments that we can actually do externally on the space station without having to rely on humans going outside for a spacewalk to deliver that equipment. So we do a lot of work in here. I work in here almost every day, and it's also a great spot to talk to people on the ground because there's lots of exciting stuff going on.
Awesome. Well, you mentioned at the beginning Eastern Washington, I know you talked about, vacationing up here with family and stuff. Do you have a message for folks in this part of the country of what you're doing, what you'd like to tell them right now?
Yeah, I think about home all the time. Every time we get a pass over the Northwest, I'm always trying to look out the window, whether it's day or night. Lately, at night, we've been catching some awesome auroras over the Pacific Northwest and over Canada. And it's just been really cool to look down and reflect on the place that made me who I am. I think the fantastic teachers, coaches, mentors, community that brought me up is what enabled me to chase my dreams throughout my life and have the awesome opportunity to serve my country as a member of the Navy, the submarine force, and now as an NASA astronaut. And so I'm just really grateful for all of those people who supported me along the way and continue to support me now while I'm up here.
Great. And you're scheduled to be back in April. Do I have that right on the schedule?
Yes, we should be returning in late April after SpaceX Crew 4 joins us up here for about a week of direct handover.
Awesome. Well, I think that exhausts the questions that I have for you. Was there anything you wanted additionally to let people know about what's going on up there? Give them a glimpse of your workday and how things are going?
No, I really appreciate all your thoughtful questions and for you continuing following my mission. I actually, we talked to Anne McLean, I think on Christmas Eve. She was on one of our conferences because she's working in the ISS program office now. And she was actually in Spokane, and it was really cool to see all the snow out her window. She was at her mom's house. So it was just really special to have those connections with our colleagues here, and we're always thinking about Washington.
Well, we're always thinking about you, and it's, that snow is still around. I can confirm that for you. I think we're supposed to get some more. So thanks so much for talking to me. It's been a pleasure and an honor, and good luck out there.
Thank you. I'm sure I'll talk to you again in the future, Kip.
I look forward to it.
Station, this is Houston ACR. Thank you. That concludes our event.
Thank you to all the participants from Spokesman Review Station. We are now resuming operational audio communication.
NASA. The agency that landed on the moon, launched the Hubble Space Telescope, and took the first rover selfie? Yeah, that NASA. We also chase fires. This team is in the middle of a recovery operation. The California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection is using NASA satellite data to map the path of destruction after the 2018 Camp Fire.
NASA has the tallest fire towers, with our satellites looking down from space, catching images every day and every night. We're often the first to detect and then share information about fires, especially fires that are burning in remote locations.
That's where we can come in and provide a much better picture. And so I have NASA MODIS and VIRS stuff, which we always use on Google Earth. You can kind of see the streets here. This is a neighborhood totally burned down.
A NASA Rapid Response grant allowed the team to study the impact of the Camp Fire just 4 months after it was contained. NASA provides crucial tools for both first responders and fire recovery managers. But there are even bigger implications for understanding the future of fire.
The information we collect from satellites helps us understand not just where and when fires are burning, but what kind of changes they're making to the ecosystems on the ground and our atmosphere up above. I'm Doug Morton, and I'm an Earth System Scientist here at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center.
Doug is one of NASA's go-to scientists when it comes to making sense of how fires affect people and ecosystems.
You need 3 things to make a fire. You need something to burn. You need climate conditions that allow that fire to start and grow large. And you need a source of ignition. Today, the source of ignition is almost always humans. We can use information about rainfall and climate to anticipate landscapes that might become flammable in the future. That kind of predictive power, how we harness our understanding of the Earth system, has really helped us move forward in terms of anticipating and minimizing the risk to landscapes that might be flammable next week or even next season.
But the real work of science may be something that many people don't have a lot of visibility into. When we talk about taking a team of scientists and putting them into the field, that could mean weeks, months, or even years of collecting data.
The first time I spent in the Amazon was in the early parts of the 2000s, just at the peak of deforestation rates in Brazil. And I don't think anyone could make it to the end of that frontier landscape, standing at the edge of a road and looking in all directions and seeing towering columns of black smoke and not feel like there was an opportunity to be careful with our planet. Fires have been burning across the southern Amazon, an area where I've been working for the last 20 years. And so people have looked to me to explain, is this normal? One of the things I can do as a NASA scientist is I can go back in time. Our data record allows us to literally compare activities that are happening every day with these same days and the same kinds of conditions in previous years. From space, we're mapping fires across the entire planet, and that often takes us to remote locations. And the best way to partner and understand those remote locations is with people who live and work in those communities.
So that's what we did. This year, NASA is sending a blitz of missions into the field, and you're coming with us. Climate change is shepherding in a new era of fires that burn hotter and longer. And our pilots, our partners, our scientists and engineers, they've come prepared to meet that challenge.
Some of my days have been 14, 16, and 18 hours.
We don't hesitate to meet challenging conditions. You know, you can tolerate a lot for a day or two.
This mobile laboratory has been deployed for a very specific reason. The Shady Fire is burning nearby, and this team is gathering data that you can only get at night. Over the next several weeks, NASA and NOAA are teaming up in the field to study smoke from wildfires and agricultural burning. Here's what 24 hours looks like in the life of these fire chasers. The team's been keeping a close eye on the Shady Fire, burning just 4 hours northeast of the base of operations. After several days of watching the fire grow, the forecasting team decides to deploy the mobile laboratory and the NASA and NOAA planes. The ground crew and pilots are already preparing the plane by the time the forecasters give their daily briefing.
The more we learn about smoke, the better we'll understand health. My name is Amber Soya, and my role here is to determine what fires we should target. Smoke is related to respiratory illnesses, heart attacks, and even death.
For some of our scientists, understanding pollution has defined the course of their life's work.
I'm a physical chemist, but I'm also from what 60 Minutes called the most polluted city in America, Anniston, Alabama. When the opportunity came along to do this type of work, I really resonated with it.
Dr. Bruce Anderson is the Langley Aerosol Research Group lead and a seasoned veteran when it comes to doing field work in remote places. By 3 p.m., the NASA DC-8 and the mobile laboratory are about ready to go. Bruce and his team begin with a 5-hour drive to reach the fire. We'll catch up with them later. While the ground crew, pilots, and safety techs prepare for what will likely be 6 hours of flying through smoke plume after smoke plume, the scientists ready their instruments to capture data from the notorious Shady Fire. 30 minutes into the flight, and the team has already reached the fire. Here's where the work begins. These flights are rare opportunities for scientists, so not a moment is wasted.
I think that studying fire and chemistry, it only comes together when you have a diverse team of scientists.
As the sun starts to set, the plume is harder for the pilots to see, and around 10 p.m., the plane heads home after a successful flight. Smoke sinks lower to the ground at night, and sometimes accumulates in valleys, which is exactly where Bruce and his team are waiting for it.
We'll set out, drive up there, find a place to position the van, then start cranking up instruments. It takes about a half an hour to an hour to get everything running and calibrated. It's a guaranteed bad night's sleep, but you know, you can tolerate a lot for a day or two.
This team of 5 scientists will be up almost every half hour checking measurements, replacing filters, and at one point repositioning the van to capture emissions more effectively. It's a long, cold night, but eventually it's dawn, and time to head back to town. By 7:30, the forecasters have already been awake for at least 2 hours selecting which fires the science team should target that day, including a scheduled return to the Shady Fire. In about 2 hours, the plane will be bustling with scientists preparing their instruments for the day's flight. And the whole cycle will start all over again.
I feel like the work that I do, the knowledge that I'm trying to pull together, is important for the human race, for our country.
This seems like an unlikely place for fires. In the winter, the landscape is still, but the warmer months can bring conditions that, combined with fire, can release dangerous amounts of carbon into the atmosphere, and in more ways than one.
What happens in the Arctic does not stay in the Arctic anymore.
I see that you're wearing a hat with a logo on it. Can you describe what that is? You don't have to take your hat off.
Well, that's good.
Kevin, in the orange jacket, is a close NASA collaborator. He and his team are used to getting their hands dirty to collect crucial fire data.
I'm wearing a hat right now from the Above Field campaign, and what you see is a big A, and it stands for, the trees tilting over with thawing permafrost.
Trees aren't the only thing getting warped by thawing permafrost. Buildings and even roads begin to buckle when the ground beneath them literally begins to liquefy. NASA's Above campaign is currently in the Northwest Territories to understand large-scale changes to permafrost.
Permafrost is basically, picture in your mind, frozen dirt. Now, if you thaw the permafrost out, it changes from solid like rock or concrete to mud.
If you watched Season 1 of NASA Explorers, then you know that permafrost stores huge amounts of carbon. As a matter of fact, twice as much as what's currently in the atmosphere today. Now, thankfully, permafrost thaws really slowly, and therefore releases carbon really slowly. But here's where it gets complicated.
Fires in the high northern latitudes, permafrost regions, are getting larger, they're getting more frequent, getting more intense.
In the past, permafrost has had a reliable layer of insulation, mostly moss.
But if you have a fire, it burns off the vegetation. The insulation is essentially removed.
To summarize, changing climate means more fires, more thawing, more carbon in the atmosphere, and that accelerates warming. Permafrost is one of those important factors that affects life on Earth, yet it isn't really in the public eye, unless you live on it. But for Kevin, understanding this phenomenon is the best way to make the biggest difference.
See, way back in the 80s when I was in college, my mom got cancer and was dying. And I remember the last time I saw her, we were sitting down and she was in bed very sick. And she asked me what did I want to do. And until then, of course, I was a typical teenager in college. I had no clue. But then it crystallized in my mind that I wanted to save the planet, and that was the words that I used. And so I decided that my path for doing that was to go into spaceflight. Save the planet by leaving it, I suppose. But then, circumstances changed, and then I started working on Earth observation. And it opened my eyes to what you can do with remote sensing and satellites, and what you could see and learn about the Earth from looking at it from space. And so I decided to go back to school, and I rethought of what I talked to my mom about, and I decided to go back to school, and I had become a scientist.
The hours are long and the work is hard, but these explorers wouldn't have it any other way.
This is really, tough country. You're really rugged, but it's also a very beautiful country. I think I can speak for nearly every scientist that I've worked with. They do this because they want to help. They want to provide the information and tools to solve problems.
NASA is a big and capable organization, but Earth science is a subject far too big for one country, one agency to tackle all by itself.
After nearly a decade of planning, this field campaign happened to be here just as an unusually dry season led to some of the most intense and large fires the region had experienced in the last 5 years.
We came here to look at the transport of smoke and what smoke does in the environment, particularly as it impacts clouds. And we had an amazingly intense smoke event that carried very high concentrations of smoke into a place called the Sulu Sea.
You might be surprised to learn that fires affect cloud formation, and NASA is studying that dynamic relationship.
NASA is a big and capable organization, but Earth science is a subject far too big for one country, one agency to tackle all by itself.
And when you can't do it by yourself, you call up your colleagues halfway across the globe. We're in the Philippines to better understand how tiny particles from smoke and pollution affect cloud formation. The campaign is called the Cloud Aerosol and Monsoon Processes Philippines Experiment, CAMP-X. The 2 is silent. That's just a joke, but the acronym, that's serious. This project has implications for millions of people.
I'm the program scientist for CAMP-X, and while I'm here, I'm sort of the decision maker of last resort if something comes up.
We caught up with Hal between meetings in the hangar. Along with Jeffrey Reed from the Naval Research Laboratory, he's responsible for overseeing this large collaborative effort in real time, making sure the team is meeting their scientific goals while also keeping researchers from institutions around the US and the Philippines working together smoothly.
A critical part of the process was the relationship built through time. That relationship enabled us to really work together and think about what would be the questions that would be relevant to us in the Philippines and in general to the region. I'm Gemma Teresa Narisma, and I'm the Executive Director of the Manila Observatory.
The Manila Observatory, along with NASA, the Naval Research Laboratory, and a handful of university partners are using 2 research planes and measurements from a ship to look at the properties of clouds to improve satellite measurements in the region.
Satellites find it difficult to see, quote-unquote, this region, and regional climate models are having a hard time capturing these processes.
That basically means planes, ships, and teams on the ground need to fill in the missing details. Which brings us back to the most intense fire season in 5 years.
We were able to get the P3 into that smoke and make absolutely unique and important measurements.
It's important because if we cannot get the historical observations in our model, then we're not so certain whether our climate projections are correct.
When the planes aren't flying, the science teams and flight crews take turns visiting local schools, from elementary up through university.
Elementary school students can understand remarkably complicated concepts. And so it's kind of fun to introduce them to things they may not have known or thought about before. And it's remarkable how quickly they pick up on it.
At these schools, the scientists are treated like rock stars.
We've had just an amazing response from the Philippine students. Many autographs and more selfies than I can count.
Some even said that they want to become meteorologists themselves to help carry on the study of our home planet and how it's changing.
I feel hopeful. We're not getting any younger, and the number of atmospheric scientists in the Philippines, in the world, particularly in the Philippines, is quite small, and the kind of work that needs to be done to understand the different atmospheric processes in the region is quite a lot.
We are so dependent on this earth because we live here, we have to breathe here and find things to eat here. It's important that we understand it so that we don't inadvertently cause damage that could affect us all.
What we're seeing is that areas that have been flammable are becoming more flammable, pushing those systems into either extreme conditions or a year-round fire season where fires are literally possible at any time. I think the choice to study fire generally is a bit of an occupational hazard. It's true. We're not necessarily looking at the verdant green parts of our planet. We're headed to the end of the road. We're looking at areas of rainforest that have been cleared and burned. We're capturing scorched landscapes.
series, we've been following the fire season around the world. First in the American West, in the early part of summer, the start of the fire season. Then in high northern latitudes, Canada and Alaska. Then finally in the Philippines, as the summer became fall. In the past, you could count on the fire season eventually coming to an end. But we're now learning that that's not really the case anymore.
What we're seeing is that areas that have been flammable are becoming more flammable, pushing those systems into either extreme conditions or a year-round fire season where fires are literally possible at any time.
We caught up with Dr. Doug Morton to find out the extent of the damage.
Hotter and drier conditions, adding wind, you end up with fires that are moving faster and burning hotter than what we've seen before. Can we better understand, anticipate, and characterize the changes in our planet that come from those extreme fires?
Actually, yes, we can.
Myself and my staff at the GIS Center worked closely with colleagues at Goddard Space Flight Center to make this thing happen.
This is Keith Weber, the wildfire rehabilitation expert that pioneered a new groundbreaking tool. The Rehabilitation Capability Convergence for Ecosystem Recovery includes a function that allows fire responders to triangulate their wildfire response. The tool can geolocate everything from burned areas to potential landslides to impacts on endangered species. But Recover really gained momentum after one fire in particular.
I remember looking at our whiteboard that shows all the real high priority things we need to be doing. And that whiteboard was clear. And I was walking out, I talked to some of my students and I said, I think the wildfire year is done. We got it wrapped up. Well, shouldn't have said that. Because the next day, one of our users in California, Woolsey Fire started going. It became much larger than I think they thought it would because of those big winds, and it really grew very rapidly. Well, at that point, we were working with that team on a daily basis, doing refreshes, as we call it, as the fire grew and grew and grew every day until we had that thing out.
Keith's team is making a tangible difference by saving property, resources, and lives. Innovations like these represent a promising future.
As we move from today's cutting-edge science into tomorrow's prediction, response, and understanding, the work we do today opens up an opportunity to do that so much better going forward. There are so many science topics that today are on the cutting edge of our understanding, and what get me and my science colleagues motivated to go out into the field and keep working on these problems. Can we improve the way that we can forecast, for example, fire risk, not just for tomorrow, but for 10 days from now, that might help managers, communities, prepare and respond to changing fire weather conditions?
Like all of us, our NASA explorers and partners in exploration face the daily decision to either choose apathy or get to work. The future is uncertain, but we choose to meet the challenges of this new normal head-on.
Hi, I'm Jacob Bleacher. I'm a geologist. That means I study rocks and dirt on the Earth and planets. This is Ask NASA. I'm here to answer your questions. What is unique about the surface of the moon? Well, the moon is quite unique from the Earth. It has no atmosphere. There's no air to breathe. What that means is that the processes that have occurred on the moon are all preserved there in the rocks. For instance, if you look at the moon from the Earth, you may see circles. Those circles are impact craters. Let me show you. Except Making craters is really dirty business. I need my crater-making poncho. Now we're ready. Let's pretend this is the surface of the moon. It looks a lot like this. That's one crater, but the surface of the moon has many more.
Oh, that was a good one.
On the moon, these craters have formed over time, and as you saw, material from each crater buries the previous ones, making this very rough terrain. In that terrain, at the pole, there are some craters that we believe have water ice trapped there, and they never see the sunlight. That's good for science, and could also be a resource that helps our astronauts survive. Why study moon rocks? Well, besides the fact that rocks are awesome, each rock is kind of like a person. It has its own fingerprint. We talked about impact craters. That's recorded in the rocks. Whether or not ice or water has been near there, that's recorded in the rocks. It tells us the history of the moon. What tools will astronauts use to explore the moon? Well, hopefully we'll have plenty of tools for them. For instance, something like this. This is a hammer like you would use here on Earth. It's a geologist's best friend. It helps us to break up rocks and select samples. We could also use things like rakes and shovels to help us find the right kind of material to bring home. Eventually, we could be using tools more like this. This tool is an X-ray fluorescence spectrometer, or XRF. An XRF basically shoots X-rays at a rock and then detects what comes back. And as I talked about before, rocks have unique fingerprints. This helps us to determine what that fingerprint is. Our astronauts will also use rovers, like this model that you can see right here. These vehicles are designed so that they can help us move around on the surface. Well, this tool is 3D printed, but this is just a model of an XRF. But right now, we're actually testing 3D printers in space on the International Space Station. It would be really helpful if we can use 3D printers to design the tools that we need. How are we preparing astronauts to investigate the moon's surface? Well, we have to practice here on Earth. The way we do that is we talk to them in laboratory and classrooms, and we also take them out into the field, places like Hawaii or Iceland or Arizona. Places where there are similarities to what they might experience on the lunar surface. We're really excited to send humans to the moon with the Artemis program. First woman and the next man will be going back there by 2024. Together, they'll be able to explore the surface of the moon. Well, right now our plan is to send crew to the surface of the moon once per year and bring more supplies to the surface so that we can explore more and more of the South Polar region. That is a great question. The first thing that's going to be very different is that during Apollo, the sun was overhead. But at the South Pole, the sun is always going to be right on the horizon. That means we'll have really long shadows in areas that are very dark. It's going to be very different. We really are exploring a brand new terrain where no one has ever been. The studies we'll be trying to do are looking at and understanding perhaps the water cycle on the moon. And we really want to understand the processes that lead to that water being preserved there. Ooh, that's an intriguing question. First of all, we can see fairly deep into the interior of the moon by looking into craters. That's kind of our natural laboratory for getting at the inside of the crater. Every time a crater forms, there's an explosion that moves rock up and out from inside of the moon. So our astronauts walking around the rim of the craters can pick up rocks that came from deep inside. The bigger the crater, the deeper the rocks. Well, in fact, we are aiming for farther out. Eventually, we want to get to Mars. But first, we're going to go to the moon and learn some really important answers to questions that will help us survive the trip out to Mars here, because I guarantee you I'm going to have a lot of questions for them when they get back.
Do you have a question for NASA? Send your questions to our experts using hashtag AskNASA.
Welcome to NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look
at all things NASA.
On today's show, we're going to be talking about nanotechnology,
which is technology that's really small, or as I like to say, coho-sized technology.
Well, I think it's a little bit smaller than coho, maybe like the G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu grip, or maybe Ant-Man size small.
All right, Ant-Man I'll buy, but it's probably even smaller than that, probably deeply embedded in wearables for Ant-Man.
Well, you know, in today's show, we're going to be looking at nanosensors, nanowires, nanotubes, and composite overwrap pressure vessels.
Or COPVs.
Yeah, which is really what's interesting to me about the technology. It's not a single technology with a single use. It's a technology that's being applied all across industry in a lot of different areas, and even across NASA.
And speaking of COPVs, we're going to have Mia Siochio on the show today, and she's going to talk to us about how NASA's using nanotechnology in some upcoming tests.
But first up, I had a chance to talk with Steve Gaddis, who's going to give us a broad picture of nanotechnology. We're here with Steve Gaddis, the manager for the Game Changing Development Program Office. Steve, how you doing?
Doing good.
So Steve, we have this whole technology campaign where the theme is technology drives exploration.
Absolutely,
and
I believe it.
What's that mean, technology drives exploration?
It means if you want to do these cool things that we haven't done before, we have to develop the technologies to go do them. We can't simply just keep doing what we've already done in the past, right? We've done some cool things, but we want new missions. We want to go farther than we've been. We want to drill down. We want to bring things back. So we need these new technologies.
Now with Game Changing, you're sort of a subset of the Space Technology Mission Directorate at NASA headquarters. And so what's the focus on Game Changing as opposed to the other technology subprograms?
We're the disruptive program. We're the DARPA-like program out of the 9. However, all the programs, they're looking for revolutionary and incremental developments in technology. But our associate administrator really wants us to take some risk. He expects a certain amount of failure in the activities that we're pursuing, the high payoff, high risk type activities. And so he'd like to see the risk take place with us instead of maybe in some of our sister programs where we're demonstrating on orbit, or we're demonstrating on the International Space Station, or we're demonstrating on a ride with another government agency or the commercial crew type folks.
So when you talk about specific technologies in your program, are you taking programs from scratch, or are you getting programs from another group that have already been through a certain, mature process?
So it's a mixed bag. Some things we generate from scratch. However, what we like to see them get to a TRL, technology readiness level, of around 2 or 3 before we pick them up. And in many cases, someone's done the basic research, whether it's industry or whether it's a university or whether it's some of our research centers. They've proved the concept. Getting from 3 to a TRL 6 or 7 is really where the challenge is, and that's where GCD fits, that mid-TRL range.
Now, when we talk about TRL, we're looking at a scale from 1 to 9.
1 to 9. 9 meaning it's flown in space multiple times, heritage. 6 or 7 means it's going to be demonstrated, or it was demonstrated, in a relevant environment such as space.
And in your TRL range, it won't fly in space, but it will be tested here on Earth.
It depends, but that's primarily the focus. We do TRL 3 to 5 and 6. And 5 is a near relevant environment, could be a suborbital environment, but several things that we do also go on to station, right? So that's obviously in orbit, it's in space as well. So a small part of our portfolio does make it to space.
Now, what are some technologies in your portfolio?
Man, there's some really cool things. Some of which are far out, some are a little closer home. We're looking at wearable technologies, and that would be like in the old Star Trek days, when someone's got the comm on their shirt and they hit the comm and they can communicate. Others, it's relaying information back and forth. The astronauts need things like that. And we've been working on something called an exoskeleton. And essentially what this began to do was just provide exercise for the astronauts, right? And they got to take all that equipment up there. It takes space, volume, power, etc. But if we can take this one it compacts, it stores very nicely, and it can give them that resistance exercise. But then the reverse of that is if they had to be in a situation where they needed a little extra horsepower,
right,
it could give them that as well. That's been a spin-off to the Veterans Administration, helping wounded warriors get back into action. We're developing new robots, humanoid robots. Then, in a particular area that's of interest to me is nanotechnology, which is just a blossoming field. They're making almost daily discoveries with nanotechnology. They'll take these carbon nanotubes, they'll mix them with a fluid, and then this fluid will end up with a new characteristic that they can apply to something. So we're looking at making materials out of these nanomaterials. We call them nanocomposites. And if we think composites themselves reduce mass and cost, this takes it another order of magnitude. So we're very interested in it. We're looking at nano sensors, very small sensors that you can put on something that can track your blood chemistry and report that out. Also, sensors that can be weaved into something that you can't even tell it's in the material because it's a nano-type sensor. We're looking at a COPV, which is a carbon overwrap pressure vessel, right? So it's a tank, and we'll take this nanomaterial and we'll wrap it over this aluminum inner structure.
To strengthen it? Or?
Yeah, to strengthen it. And it also reduces the weight because it doesn't all have to be aluminum. We've got one of those that's going to be flown on a sounding rocket next year. We're very excited about it. We're also looking at nano wires. We just set a world record with a nanowire with the most electrical conductivity ever demonstrated to date.
That's amazing.
I mean, it is amazing. It's groundbreaking.
It's game-changing.
It's game-changing.
That's right.
It really is. So we're looking at the nanowires. We're looking at the nanosensors. We're pursuing the nanocomposites. Really cutting-edge, cool technology. Lots of things like that.
You know, Steve, he's a real game changer. He did a great job giving us an overview of how NASA uses nanotechnology.
You know, one day I'd like to see how nanosensors will work in things like watches and phones.
Well, you've come to the right place because we had a chance to sit down with two important people who are using the cell phone in nanosensors.
Yeah, we had a chance to talk with Maya and Jessica about how NASA is incorporating this technology into cell phones and using them in different ways. But what I'm really curious is, can we really understand just how small this technology is to do just that? Maya, I understand nano is small. So with nanosensors, I'm assuming you're dealing with really small sensors. But what exactly are nanosensors doing?
Yeah, nanosensors are a product of nanoscience and nanotechnology. When materials go to that small scale, their properties are fundamentally different from bulk materials. So scientists all around the world have been working very hard trying to take advantage of this difference in properties between the bulk scale and the nanoscale and trying to make useful things, which are devices, systems and architectures, materials for a wide variety of applications, touching upon every economic sector, which is electronics, computing, materials, manufacturing, health, medicine, national security, transportation, energy storage, and I don't want to leave out space exploration.
I was going to say, that's a lot of stuff anyway.
Yeah.
You mentioned space exploration, so I'm wondering, how are nanosensors being used by NASA?
The nanosensors are being developed to replace bulky instruments NASA has been using. No matter what you want to measure, whether you want to measure a composition of a gas or a vapor, or you want to measure radiation, historically we have always taken bulky instruments. And remember, every pound of anything that we lift to near Earth orbit, it costs us about $10,000 a pound. The same 1 pound of anything would cost roughly about $100,000 a pound, for Mars and other missions. Okay, so we have an incentive actually to miniaturize the size of the payload. So that's why we want to move from bulky instruments to sensors. That's one reason. The second reason is, no matter where we go, okay, we don't have utility companies sitting there waiting for us. Okay, we have to generate our own power, and we have to be very wise how we use that power. So the sensors, not only they're small in size, but they also consume very low power. So that's why over the last decade or so, we've been working on developing nano-based chemical sensors, biosensors, and radiation sensors.
Now, when you're looking at these biosensors, and we're looking primarily for crew health, crew safety, what would they be used for?
What are the applications? Yeah, we've developed them for crew health and diagnostic purposes. That's our most recent project that we worked with the Game Changing Technology Office on. And so for that project, we developed this sensor to look at a variety of different protein biomarkers for cardiac health. And so when you're in microgravity, there's a lot of strain that's placed on the heart. So to monitor the health of the heart for our astronaut crew is critical. So that is the most recent technology that we developed for them. We've also worked on this sensor looking at microbial contaminants in the water supply. So this is an environmental kind of application for NASA to make sure that the water that the astronauts are drinking is actually safe to drink.
Now, when you're looking at the astronaut's heart, is it a sensor that you place on their body, or is it something they ingest, or what? How's...
This is an external sensor that will take 1 drop of blood and be able to screen for a number of different proteins. And depending on the levels of proteins and which proteins are present, we can make an informed diagnosis of the health of the crew member's heart.
Do these sensors have a long shelf life, or is it something that lasts for a short period of time because of the complexity of the sensor?
It depends a little bit on how we fabricate them and how we package them. The sensor itself, without any kind of surface modifications done to it, has a very long shelf life. I have sensors in my lab that are probably 10 years old that I can still pick up and use today. What limits the shelf life of these types of sensors is we often introduce some sort of biological probe molecule on that surface. So depending on what that probe is, that's going to dictate the storage needs as well as the shelf life of the device. We've been placing a lot of emphasis on making probes that are very robust so that we can increase that shelf life for our missions, so that we're not looking to replace these sensors every 6 months, that we can actually keep them for years at a time and continually reuse them.
And one of the coolest things that you were showing us this past week is the fact that you have a cell phone technology adapted to these nanosensors. So you have an application that you developed on the phone that can actually be used in concert with the nanosensor.
So this was designed actually for the chemical sensor project. And this phone has a plug-in port on one side that contains the sensor chip, has a fan that will direct airflow from the environment over the sensor surface. And then just using the electronics that are part of the phone, we have a nice little instrument that will actually read what kind of chemical environment the sensor is exposed to.
Now, would you have multiple nanosensors within that adapter for the phone, or is it just one nanosensor?
So we have one chip, but these chips can be made with a number of different sensors. They can have hundreds of sensors. They could even have thousands of sensors on one chip, all working together to tell the user of the phone what the environment is.
Guys, that was some great information on nanosensors. I can definitely see how that is a game changer, because once it's commercially available, it will definitely change our lives.
I tell you what, we could have spent a whole show on nanosensors. That's how cool the technology is.
That's right, Chris, but we're only scratching the surface at looking at this technology. I had a chance to sit down with Jim Geyer, and he explained how NASA is using nanotechnology to develop better, stronger wires. Let's check it out. Jim, I understand that you're working with carbon nanotubes as a potential replacement for conventional wiring, but I didn't know wiring needed an upgrade. What exactly are you doing to improve wires?
Well, I don't think a lot of people understand that wiring really takes up a large amount of the mass in current spacecraft and aircraft. Like a 747 has nearly 2 tons of wiring in it, and a space shuttle had almost 300 miles of wire. This is a lot of weight, and so conventional wiring with copper, it turns out is very heavy. Copper is dense, and it's also not very strong. And so we're looking for a way to have a better mechanical properties, actually, than conventional wires have.
So these carbon nanotubes, when you make a wire out of them, how do they perform in terms of strength?
They're much stronger, they're more thermally conductive, so you don't get hot spots and so on. And they're very flexible. They're actually much more flexible than copper, and they don't fatigue. Fatigue is when you get a breakage from moving back and forth.
That's how I break wire, intentionally. Sometimes.
Exactly. And in fact, they ran tests, and they were not able to run enough cycles to actually break these carbon nanotube wires. They finally had to give up and go on to the next test.
Okay, so the carbon nanotubes are stronger and they're lighter. How do they perform in terms of conductivity?
Well, conductivity is the issue. It turns out that carbon nanotubes, while theoretically have a very, very high conductivity, to use them practically, you have to make these bundles, because an actual carbon nanotube is less than microscopic. And so to use them, we have to actually bundle them together. And when you bundle them together, you lose a lot of that conductivity.
And that's principally where your work is then. You're going to solve this conductivity problem.
That's our goal. Okay. Right. What we're doing is we are chemically altering the carbon nanotubes. We're doing a process called intercalation, which means to insert. And we are inserting halogen atoms. These are bromine, chlorine, iodine, in between the bundles. And when we do that, it makes the bundles actually much more conductive. And so what we're trying to do is get to the place where our conductivity is high enough that we can run these as electrical conductors. They're not going to be as conductive as copper, but because the wiring in aircraft and spacecraft is not limited by the conductivity, but by the strength, we're going to be able to save a tremendous amount of weight. We're in the early stages of our research, but we've already developed carbon nanotube wires that have a specific conductivity. That's a conductivity per gram equal to copper.
Well, solution, problem solved. That's great. No, that's a good step, right?
It's a good step, but it's not the only step. Because right now we're working with very, very tiny amounts. I mean, milligrams of material, and we're going to have to work with kilograms of materials. And so we have both the process of our partners who actually make these fibers have to scale up so that they can make large quantities, and we have to scale up our chemical processes so that we can modify them.
Okay, so scaling up is actually the big challenge.
It is.
You see, for a second I thought if I understood this properly, I'd understand how Peter Parker could shoot web, okay? But apparently with the scale-up issue, not even he could handle it.
I'm afraid not.
All right, well, appreciate it. I wish you the best of luck, and I hope that, soon to see copper wire. Well, I don't want to see him go away, but at least in terms of these aircraft and spacecraft, saving that weight and giving us all the conductivity we need.
I hope so.
It's interesting to see how NASA, as they improve on a technology, just how complex the process becomes. And I never would have thought about it, but creating nanowire is actually a groundbreaking or game-changing technology.
Yeah, and that's a cool area of research that Jim's working on. But another area that NASA's looking at is carbon nanotubes and overwrap pressure vessels. So what they want to do is they want to take a COPV, or a composite overwrap pressure vessel, and spin it with carbon nanotubes.
And those carbon nanotube composites are, as you said, very difficult to work with. So NASA's actually looking at a couple different approaches.
And I had an opportunity to look real closely at least one of those approaches. Let's check it out. We're here with Aslan Biaggi, who's the project manager for nanotechnology. So Aslan, tell us about what you're doing with nanotechnology.
Our goal is to actually use the nanotechnology and make lighter materials so that we can reduce weight on the vehicles and launch vehicles.
And I understand you have a big flight test that you're moving toward.
Yes, so our carbon nanotube reinforcement composites that we're developing in the nanotechnology project will later be placed on a composite overwrap pressure vessel, which will be launched on a sounder rocket.
Haven't we launched like composite overwrap vessels before? What's unique about this one?
So COPVs have been on NASA for a long time. The only difference here is that we're using carbon nanotubes instead of carbon fibers, which is the typical material that we use for the COPVs. Now we're transitioning into carbon nanotubes, and that's actually making the material 2 times stronger than carbon fiber and also lighter. And that's the game-changing part of it.
Tiffany, how do you guys prepare for a carbon overwrap pressure vessel test?
So we start off by taking the tensile strength of ring specimens, where we have an aluminum ring and they're overwrapped with a carbon nanotube yarn and resin and a composite structure. And the reason why we do this is to help us predict the load at where our composite overwrap material is failing. So the rings are speckle painted for digital imaging correlation, so we can better determine how and where the failure occurs.
So you guys actually plan in these tests to actually break the rings.
Yes, we test the bare aluminum rings first so we can get a baseline value of the load where the aluminum ring is failing, and then from there we can subtract the failure from the composite overwrap material from the baseline so that we can know the tensile strength of the overwrap material itself.
Have you done actually any tests? Do you know how successful or how strong this overwrap is going to be?
Yes, right now the first layer of material that we're putting onto the rings fell at about close to 600 pounds of force from that small overwrap material. The overwrap material that we're testing is only about 0.36 inches wide.
Nice. So you do tests on rings as well as full tanks, is that correct?
Yes, the tanks are the end goal, but for everything that we're doing right now is for the ring test to prepare for the ultimate burst test, and that's actually when the tanks will be wound with this particular type of material.
You use that word burst specifically because you really want to pressurize the tank to the point of failure, which creates a burst.
Yes, correct.
I hope you're successful bursting the tank.
Thank you. We hope that there's not going to be a really large knockdown in properties compared to carbon fiber composites. This technology at this level is still in the premature stages. We're just trying to help do as much research as possible on these preliminary tests so that we can further advance this technology and get it to the area where carbon fiber composites are currently.
So John, Tiffany gets a lot of data from these tests. How are you using that data to prepare for the upcoming flight test?
Well, what we've done is made sure that we've interacted with Wallup's sounding rocket experts to make sure that we capture the entire flight environment and all the design requirements for our COPV and bring those into the laboratory and have Tiffany duplicate the critical environments that the material has to operate in. This gives me data that I then use to size or dimension the COPV, determine how much nanocomposite is actually applied to meet the performance and safety requirements that Wallops has for their sounding rocket flight. We consider the vibration environments and the temperatures that a COPV will see and make sure that all the forces and loads that are applied to the COPV are accounted for in our design.
How will an improved technology, this game-changing technology, help future missions?
Well, we know that the carbon nanotube is one of the most strong and stiff materials known to man. If we can get that material into an engineering application, we could probably make much lighter spaceflight hardware than what we're doing right now. By adding this small nanotube wrap, we could easily increase the strength of the tank by a factor of 2, with only increasing the weight of the tank by perhaps 10%. So that's an enormous gain in strength.
We're back to continue our discussion on the processes to wrap the pressure vessels. We just saw one. Mia, tell us about another.
Okay, so what we've done here is taken a spool of carbon nanotube yarn, and instead of processing it in a large machine, we took the critical steps that we use in a large machine and downscale the equipment. And so what that allowed us to do is take a small amount of material, get the resin infiltrated in it, and wind either a cylinder or a bottle directly from the yarn.
So essentially what you're doing is you're sort of miniaturizing that process.
Correct. So in order for us to optimize the process using the least amount of material and also getting the process done quickly, normally when we do this type of operation, we use a machine that takes up an entire room. Okay, so we've now downsized that process into a tabletop piece of equipment.
Well, what are the benefits of miniaturizing the entire process?
So several benefits come out of that. One is we basically are tailoring the process that we're developing to the amount of material that's available. We can very quickly rapid prototype in a sense. We can try several different conditions very quickly, changing that using the least amount of material. And also it allows us to modify the machine very quickly to adapt to what we learn as we're winding this material.
When you miniaturize it, are you skipping steps? Because when you look at your device, You don't have many moving parts compared to the commercial
That's correct.
side. So what have you done to get the same benefits?
Okay, so here are the critical steps, right? You take the yarn, which is dry, and then we need to send it through a bath so that the resin will be absorbed onto the yarn. And then after the resin is absorbed, really what we want to use that infused yarn with is to wind it around the bottle. Okay, so in a very short distance, we're able to achieve that. It's in about a couple of feet, right? We're able to see that process right away.
Now that you have the process that has been miniaturized, what is the next step?
So in order to get our article certified for flight, it needs to be made on a commercial scale. And so those steps that we have defined and optimized are now going to be transferred to a space flight center, which is used to building these types of flight articles. And those basic steps are basically now being adapted back to a commercial machine.
And then from there, that pressure vessel will be transferred to the flight facility where it will be launched on the sounding rocket in 2016.
Correct. We're going to be launching from Wallops, yes.
Now, nanotechnology began several years ago. Well, it's been around for a while, but from where you started with it, how has it evolved over the years?
When we started working with carbon nanotubes, they were still available in powder form. And because on the nanoscale they had such tremendous properties, people thought we could just essentially sprinkle some on a polymer matrix and get the benefit of these materials. We studied it for several years and realized that is not a method that we can get the type of properties that we're looking for, because we're competing with state-of-the-art structural materials, which are carbon fiber composites. So around 5 years ago, we actually switched approach and worked with a vendor so that we used predominantly continuous format of carbon nanotubes. Now, the challenge there is that in the bulk form, it does not have the kind of properties that were existing in the nanoscale. We had to basically optimize the process to take advantage of these processes and work in collaboration with the manufacturer to also optimize those properties from the starting material. So they had to modify their production process to accommodate this. And so there was interactive exchange of information so that we can both get better material properties. In a span of about 3 years, we've made significant advances that take us far from where we started, to the degree that I can say that just 2 years ago we did not have the kind of properties we have now.
Right. And where do you see the future, or how close are you into perfecting carbon nano composites?
So
that's kind of a big question.
Perfection, yes, perfection is hard to achieve. So here's the thing. When you talk about perfection, we are comparing against a material that's been around for about 50 years, right? Although we've come a long way when we actually analyze the materials that we have now for carbon nanotubes, they're nowhere near optimal. The good news is, despite them not being optimal, they're already performing at par with some carbon fiber composites, right? There's a lot of upside to this material that we don't fully understand at this point. And so there are very large areas of research yet that we can explore to really tap the potential of this material.
Now, earlier Steve Gaddis said that they are working for a high reward from high risk. What is the reward you're looking for from carbon nanotube composites?
When we first started looking at carbon nanotubes, the reason we're looking at it is because there's high potential for this material to be a disruptive technology. And the reason is it is multiple times stronger and stiffer than carbon fiber. What we're trying to do now is we are looking to optimize it so that it is at least 2 or 3 times stronger yet than what is possible now. And the reason is there are some applications like access to space, especially if we're going to Mars, where significant reduction of mass is very important, because what you launch is hundreds of times heavier than what your actual payload is. So we're trying to reduce the mass of the payload. If we can get 2 to 3 times stronger than state-of-the-art material, it makes a mission to Mars possible. And that's why we say this is a disruptive technology.
And that is game-changing.
Yes.
You're watching NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look at all things NASA.
We are going to the moon to stay, and this is how. Hey, you're watching NASA TV, on the air and online every day, on this planet and beyond.
Did you know that if you were born after 2000, during your entire life there has been someone living in space? That's thanks to the International Space Station, which celebrated its 20th anniversary of continuous human habitation in 2020. You've probably heard a lot about the incredible science that happens on board the station, but the outside is actually prime real estate for all kinds of experiments and technology development too.
The International Space Station is a great platform to demonstrate service and technology because it provides power, data, there's robotics in space.
With Tech on Deck, we'll be talking about some key experiments that have taken place outside in the harsh environment of space, which will help us advance human exploration.
Nexus is NASA's Exploration and In-Space Services Project Division at the Goddard Space Flight Center. The goal of the division is to usher in a new era of more sustainable, affordable, and resilient spaceflight, both near the Earth, around the Moon, and deep into the solar system. Many members of the Nexus team started off with the Hubble telescope servicing missions. We've taken that technology, applied that to robotic servicing.
From robotic refueling missions that will help spacecraft live longer and journey farther to autonomous navigation systems, NASA's Exploration and In-Space Services Division has taken advantage of the wonderful opportunity station offers to test new technologies. As we look to exploring our solar system and beyond, and establishing a sustained human presence in space beyond low Earth orbit, many of these technologies will play a key role.
We use the robots on Space Station to demonstrate the technologies needed to enable satellite servicing in the future. We've also used the robots on Space Station to do some of the more repetitive tasks or the dangerous tasks that astronauts shouldn't be doing, like going outside the space station to try to look for ammonia leaks. Robots are very good at moving fine, delicate positions, moving back and forth, doing those sorts of tasks that would be challenging for humans to do.
In order to live in space, astronauts will first need to reach their far-out destinations like Mars. This will require refueling and replenishment of oxygen supplies, things the robotic refueling missions worked to demonstrate on station. They will also need to be able to construct, maintain, and repair their habitats, as well as adapt to unforeseen circumstances.
Because we're in space in low Earth orbit, we have lighting conditions that are representative of objects in space, and so allows us to launch tools and modules into orbit, put them on the space station, and then use those robotic technologies and all the infrastructure that comes with the space station to mature those technologies in a way that's much, much less expensive than if we try to launch our own satellite and demonstrate those for the first time, not using the space station.
For these endeavors, Nexus has worked with astronaut tools, satellite servicing, and on-orbit assembly and manufacturing will do the trick.
We develop the technologies that are needed to advance exploration in ways you can service satellites in the future, build satellites and build structures on orbit, refuel satellites on the way to other planets, repair those satellites much like we do on the outside of space station. Both humans and robots are used to maintain habitats in space. We're developing technologies that can be used by NASA and others to make those a reality.
The International Space Station is the perfect testing ground for technologies that will be used to propel humans farther than we've ever gone before. The station is helping us build the necessary foundation to make it possible. Outside of the International Space Station, space can be a lonely place. Most satellites are designed to live their lives alone, and we've yet to find life outside of Earth. This means that when we launch a spacecraft or satellite, for the most part it's on its own, and has a limited lifespan based on when critical items like fuel run out, or something breaks. You wouldn't throw away your car if it ran out of gas, and thanks to the advent of modern-day robotics, software, and computing power, we will soon be able to apply that logic to satellites. We are on the cusp of breaking the one-and-done paradigm that exists for most satellites. An important step in that direction is NASA's Robotic Refueling Mission, or RRM, demonstration on the International Space Station. Because refueling a satellite that was not designed to be refueled has never been done before, practice is key. With that in mind, the first 2 phases of RRM took place on station from 2011 to 2017 and tested the tools, technologies, and techniques to refuel and repair satellites in orbit.
RM and RM Phase 2 were designed to demonstrate end-to-end refueling of a spacecraft, as well as the first steps of cryogenic refueling or replenishment. We wanted to use the robot on the International Space Station to be able to demonstrate the technologies and techniques to do this refueling, so we built innovative tools to bridge the gap between the robot and the payload interfaces.
Consisting of a module or box affixed to the outside of station and robotic tools, the demonstrations use station's Dexter robot to operate tools and test servicing tasks such as cutting and peeling back protective thermal blankets, unscrewing caps, turning valves, transferring fluid, inspection, and intermediary steps leading up to refueling.
Once we were all done, we were able to transfer fuel end-to-end through a spacecraft fill and drain valve that wasn't designed to be robotically refueled.
The RRM demonstration helped test and prove technologies that will make refueling satellites not designed to be refueled possible, something that will be further demonstrated by NASA's On-Orbit Servicing, Assembly, and Manufacturing 1 mission. But it also helped to lay the groundwork for designing future satellites in a way to make them more easily serviceable.
These missions were important because we needed to demonstrate in orbit that this technology was ready. There were a lot of people that felt that at the time of RRM that the technology was so far in the future that they didn't feel what we were talking about was possible. So we needed to demonstrate in orbit this technology so that we could start changing the paradigm and incorporate these technologies into the future spacecraft designs and missions.
RRM Phase 1 and 2 were all about preparing an interface for refueling, which in many ways is half the battle. To robotically refuel a satellite, you need to perform a series of highly dexterous tasks to even access the valve. The next step is to actually perform refueling tasks, which is what the next phase, RRM3, has been demonstrating on station over a series of operations since 2018. RRM is a critical piece of the sustainable spaceflight puzzle that helps us with the ability to robotically refuel, repair, and maintain satellites in both near and distant orbits, well beyond the reach of where humans can go today. For generations, Mars has beckoned. Now, the red planet is within our reach. But how do we get there? The key is in the details, and in the technology. First and foremost, you need fuel. This is not only true for getting to Mars, but for any form of deep space exploration. Being able to replenish fuel on a long-duration journey means massive amounts aren't needed up front, freeing up space for other important things. Enter Robotic Refueling Mission 3, or RRM3 for short. This demonstration launched to the International Space Station in December of 2018 and has helped us develop tools and techniques needed to replenish cryogenic fluid in space. Transferring cryogenic fluids has never been done before in space. These super cold fluids can be used as propellants, coolants, or for life support systems. Being able to replenish these fluids that run out, otherwise known as consumables, is an important part of the sustainable exploration roadmap. Not just for Mars, but for NASA's Artemis program, which will land the first woman and the next man on the moon. Since refueling cryogenic fluids in space has never been done before, RM3 tested the technologies and techniques needed to make that possible. First, we sent the RM3 payload and its 3 main tools to space station, where astronauts assembled the parts.
When I was living aboard the International Space Station in the spring of 2019, I was fortunate enough to take part in the very small part in the Robotic Refueling Mission 3. And my job was to unload the components of the actual RRM3 from one of our visiting vehicles, and we take it into our Japanese experimental module, the GEM, where we have an airlock. And right inside of the airlock, we unpacked all of the boxes, much like you would a piece of furniture that you had to assemble yourself at home. So unpacked all of the pieces, we did a checkout, we worked with the ground, we got everything assembled, and then we placed it into the Japanese airlock. And from there, we were able to put it outside of the International Space Station. So my involvement in RRM-3 was the physical final assembly of the actual components.
RM-3 was delivered to the space station by a SpaceX Dragon on the company's 16th Commercial Resupply Services mission and installed on the outside of station by the Canadian robot Dexter. Dexter then picked up the tools from the JEM airlock and installed them onto the RM-3 payload. The ground operations team was now ready to begin operating the 3 tools to test how they would work in space. For the first set of operations, conducted in August 2019, Dexter used one of the RM-3 tools to prepare the RM-3 module's interface for transferring cryogenic fuel. The second set of operations was then conducted in October 2020. For these, Dexter used one of the remaining 2 tools to insert an 11-foot-long hose in an open port and the other snake-like camera inspection tools simultaneously to verify the hose's position in the inside of RM-3's tubing. This marked the first time that Dexter had tools in both arms working the same tasks simultaneously. The RM-3 demonstration added experience and information to NASA's knowledge base on the storage and transferring cryogenic fluids in space. It is currently still on station where it will conduct one final set of operations in mid-2022. For getting to the Moon, Mars, and beyond, cryogenic fluids will be used as propellants and to maintain life support systems for astronauts. The Mars atmosphere is made up of carbon dioxide, which could be converted to liquid oxygen, a type of cryogenic fluid that can be used both as propellant and for breathing. Astronauts may be able to fuel rockets or replenish their oxygen supplies using compounds found in the Martian atmosphere. A tool on the Mars Perseverance rover called Mars Oxygen In Situ Resource Utilization Experiment, or MOXIE, is set to demonstrate the first ever conversion of Martian carbon dioxide to oxygen, which is another important piece of the puzzle. In order to make a sustained human presence in space a reality, humans and robots will have to work together using technologies like those developed by RM-3 and MOXIE.
A lot of people ask about, whose job is exploring outer space? Is it robots or is it humans? And I believe that it requires teamwork between robots and humans, and that our exploration is not complete or even possible without both. So robots can go farther, they're less expensive, and they can go for longer periods of time. They don't require as much maintenance. You don't have to feed and care for a robot, much like you do if you send me back to space. So like the Mars rovers, the Galileo that explored Jupiter and its moons, the Hubble and the soon-to-be James Webb Space Telescope, they are doing missions in locations that humans to this point don't have the capability to go. There's also something very important about humans wanting to know what it's like to be there. It's not enough for humans to take a picture of Mount Everest or Antarctica and say, oh, okay, that's what it looks like. The human condition is we are born to explore. We're born to say, what if? What's just beyond what we know? And what is it like to be there? And so the human side of space exploration, first of all, it's orders of magnitude closer to Earth. We have not been able to send humans nearly as far as we've been able to send robotic probes. But they're 2 very different missions, and they serve a different type of curiosity.
Mars and deep space are calling human explorers, and RM-3 is a step toward helping NASA answer that call. Though it sounds complex, the idea is simple. Having the ability to refuel will allow NASA to embark on longer journeys to explore the depths of our solar system. Did you know there's a 3-eyed raven currently perched on the International Space Station? Not an actual bird, but rather a technology payload that is helping NASA develop a relative navigation system, or autopilot, for spacecraft. Launched to station in 2017 aboard a SpaceX Dragon on the company's 10th Commercial Resupply Services mission for NASA, and installed on the outside of ISS by station's Dexter robot, Raven is equipped with 3 distinct camera vision systems: visible, infrared, and LiDAR. Combined with NASA-developed software algorithms, This rotating module of technology keeps a weather eye on arriving spacecraft. Raven's head, containing its 3 eyes, or cameras, is always on the swivel, which is made possible by its integral gimbal.
Raven is an on-orbit test bed that was built to mature technologies related to relative navigation sensors and algorithms. Raven was launched to the International Space Station aboard a SpaceX Dragon capsule in February 2017. And it's been operational on the space station since that time. So using 3 different sensors on Raven that are on a movable gimbal platform, Raven can track the incoming visiting vehicle to station all the way from very, very far away, all the way up to where they dock with the space station. So basically, at any given time, Raven can tell you where the incoming visiting vehicle is in space relative to the space station and what attitude or pointing direction it is.
Raven sends the data it collects from tracking and observing incoming spacecraft to its processor or brain, called SpaceCube. This information then tells Raven how it needs to move to continue to track the spacecraft and gauge relative distance and positioning. NASA engineers have taken what they've learned from multiple Raven observations over the years to adjust and fine-tune the relative navigation system as needed, so it's ready for the upcoming on-orbit servicing, assembly, and manufacturing 1 mission, which will robotically refuel a satellite, among other things.
Raven is a sensor system that can image an object, process those images on board in real time with advanced algorithms, and calculate the pose of the object relative to itself.
These factors come together to create something like spacecraft autopilot. Much like a self-driving car can maintain cruise control based on the speed of the vehicle it follows, 2 free-flying spacecraft will be able to dock with one another using this technology. Though this operation is similar to the autonomous docking of visiting spacecraft to station, Raven's unique application is necessary for docking 2 satellites with the challenges of each moving and rotating in every direction during the rendezvous and docking phase.
Using that information to then guide the first spacecraft to autonomously rendezvous with and dock with the second spacecraft. So that means finding it in space, aligning with it appropriately, and then bringing the 2 vehicles together without smashing them into and destroying each of them, all without human intervention.
This capability is the kind of thing you need for docking with spacecraft that were not originally designed to be docked with and serviced, which happens to be a vast majority of them. That's why Raven's time on station is critical for the future of on-orbit servicing, assembly, and manufacturing, or OSAM. The OSAM-1 mission will use Raven's relative navigation capability to autonomously, meaning no humans involved, rendezvous and dock with the satellite, and then telerobotically refuel it. This will be the first time in history a spacecraft not originally designed to be serviced will be refueled as a means to extend its operational life. Raven is also important for future exploration missions.
Raven's technologies can be applied to future NASA missions because if humans want to make a footprint in the solar system beyond low Earth orbit, which is where the International Space Station is located, we're going to have to rely on some form of autonomous docking technologies in the future. Whether it be an unmanned cargo vehicle meeting up in orbit around the moon, refueling tankers located in geosynchronous Earth orbit, or a return vehicle arriving on Mars in advance of a crewed landing, all of these feats will require the technology we're developing with Raven.
Using its 3 eyes, Raven is looking to the moon, Mars, and beyond.
Relying on highly robust autonomous systems becomes more crucial the further you move away from Earth as the communications time increases drastically. Once you move past low Earth orbit, it becomes very impossible for humans on Earth to do these highly complex maneuvers in real time. It's more efficient to allow computers to perform these sequences autonomously without human intervention.
Although Raven has successfully concluded its main mission objectives, it remains on station. Meanwhile, its team on the ground is using what they've learned to develop more never-before-seen technologies that will enable future space exploration.
Before I started digging in that other bag, here you go. No problem.
If you need to fix something in space that wasn't designed to be fixed, it's going to take all the experience you can get. With that in mind, when the International Space Station's Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer, or AMS, needed repairs, NASA's Johnson Space Center and Goddard Space Flight Center used their joint expertise to make it happen. At Goddard, that expertise resides in NASA's Exploration and In-Space Services Division, or NEXUS, which evolved from the office that was responsible for the Hubble Space Telescope servicing missions. Key to these missions was the development of specialized tools. While you've probably heard of Hubble, you may not be as familiar with AMS, so let's start there. Designed for a 3-year mission of sifting through cosmic ray particles, AMS has been looking for signs of dark matter from its position on station since 2011. Hundreds of researchers have used the data collected to investigate the source of the mysterious substance to help us better understand the origins of the universe. To continue this important data collection, AMS needed an upgrade due to general wear and tear from the harsh environment of space, specifically a new cooling system. A repair could extend its life beyond what was originally planned. Sounds easy enough, right? In fact, due to the instrument's complexity and the fact that it was not designed to be repaired, even gaining access to the system to replace it was difficult. AMS's design did not incorporate the kinds of interfaces that make spacewalks easier, or have the ability to be serviced with traditional multi-purpose tools. And so, over the course of 4 years, NASA got to work designing and developing some of the most complex spacewalks since the Hubble servicing missions in the 90s and early 2000s to fix AMS.
The AMS tools themselves were unique. They were built specifically for this task, a task that was never intended to be performed on a spacewalk. And so that required a lot of thinking about how we were going to get inside so that we could access the tubes that we needed to cut into and then install the new thermal control system, but also how to put handling aids on it so that we had a place to attach our tethers, to attach our foot restraints, to have handholds, have a place to attach equipment that we needed out there.
NASA developed 20 specialized tools to make the job possible, and on November 15, 2019, astronauts Andrew Morgan and Luca Parmitano got to work. On this first spacewalk, astronauts needed to get access. By design, 5 of the tools could be seen floating off into space, attached to the debris shield that was removed to give the astronauts access to the heart of AMS.
The debris shield handling aid was one of the first tools that Luca installed on the EVA, and this gave us a handhold to install on the debris shield to work from, but also a handle for me to hold on to ultimately when we jettisoned it overboard to the aft side of the ISS, which was a lot of fun to do.
The astronauts continued with 3 more spacewalks over the next 2 months, using all of the specially designed tools. One such tool was the Tube Cutting Guide, which was a direct result of multiple practice sessions at Johnson Space Center facilities like the Neutral Buoyancy Lab. While practicing, astronauts communicated the need for a way to identify and verify the correct tubes to cut, since they all look the same to the astronauts' eyes within the spacesuit.
After we had removed the debris shield and the VSB cover, now we have the tubes exposed, and we actually had to cut into those tubes in order to pull out the correct ones to connect with the new thermal control system, the new pump. In order to do that, we had to be very sure of the tubes that we were cutting. These ingenious tube cutting guides installed over the top of the tubes and made sure that we knew and we were communicating correctly with the ground team to make sure that we were cutting the correct tube at the right time.
In January 2020, Luca Parmitano and Drew Morgan completed the 4th and final spacewalk to repair AMS. Because of their work and the ingenuity of tool designers and engineers, the instrument is now back in commission and able to continue to collect data about the origins of our universe for years to come.
People from Goddard and JC spend a lot of time developing these tools with their knowledge and the support of astronauts like Chris Cassidy. And we are very thankful that we were privileged to use those tools and to put them to very successful use. Thank you very much.
The bug for space really bit me when I came down to visit my grandpa down here in Houston. So I saw the big old Saturn V rocket sitting on its belly out there and just thought, man, if humanity can do something this amazing, this awesome, I want to be a part of it. And I just fell more in love with the idea of space and being a part of something bigger than myself. The thought of actually getting to space, I couldn't wrap my head around that. You walk up to this rocket that's covered in frost from the cold fuel inside, and it's creaking and groaning and kind of alive, and you're like, well, that's pretty cool, but they're probably gonna cancel. It's just not gonna happen. You know, I've done so many sims, and it just can't be real. There's no way I'm gonna go to space. But then when no kidding, it lights off and you feel the rumble, and then you start to move, and that kind of just constant smooth acceleration, pulling you back in the seat. Everything comes to life on the panels. You see all the things that you've seen 100 times in Sims. In one instant, all of that I felt was unimaginable became real. And it was a magical thing I'll just never forget. You know, we're scientists and engineers and pilots and doctors. We're not poets, but we sure try to be, because you want to share as best you can the experience that you've seen and felt. I think I told my wife once I got on board that I thought it was
It's a burrito of awesomeness smothered in awesome sauce, baby. It's so beautiful.
It was just the beauty of being there yourself with your own eyes and seeing it. One thing that I would love to do while on orbit was, there was a window in one of the Russian modules that looked kind of out the back of the station. And I'd go sit there. I'd turn off everything, and you could get it really dark in there, let my eyes adjust, and just look out at the stars. And the stars, you know, the longer you sit, the more you see, and it becomes unbelievable. The number, the just billions of stars, the Magellanic Clouds, the galaxies that you can see with your naked eye. And they don't twinkle. They just stare at you. They dare you to come and to explore. It lights a fire inside your soul that is unlike anything I ever experienced before or since. And it's why you see astronauts, you know, they say 560, 580, I don't know how many people have gone to space. They're all the same. They all have that bug. And they all want to do everything in their power after experiencing that to make sure that humanity reaches its potential, that we get there, that we don't just see the stars, that we explore them, that we live there, that we grow into what we can be. And you're reminded of the incredible potential that we have as humans when we put everything else aside and just work together. And you feel a part of that, looking out the cupola and just being a part of thousands of people from across this globe that have put together this just palace in the sky for us to discover and learn and grow. It showed me the potential of what humanity can be when you work together as one team. It inspired me to do everything I can in my power for the rest of my life to enable humanity to evolve, to get there, to those stars that were staring straight in my face and daring us to come get them. That is something that you can never quench. It's been a couple years since I flew, and that fire still burns just as strong today as it will when I die.
Galileo a long time ago, who made a rather significant discovery about falling objects in gravity fields. And we thought that where would be a better place to confirm his findings than on the moon. And so we thought we'd try it here for you. The feather happens to be appropriately a falcon feather.
Hi, I'm Roger Hunter. I'm the program manager for NASA's Small Spacecraft Technology Program. What does the Small Spacecraft Technology Program do? We develop the next generation technologies that NASA will use on its future science and exploration missions, which will use small spacecraft. NASA has always been a forward-leaning and forward-thinking organization. But before we talk about those next generation small spacecraft technologies, let's talk about our history. This is PhoneSat, one of our very first small spacecraft. Very simple in design, and in fact it used the inside of an Android phone for its processor and a measuring tape for its antenna. But we've gotten more sophisticated in the way that we build our small spacecraft now, and we started to look at lasers as a means of transmitting data from the spacecraft to the ground. This is optical communications and sensor demonstration. Two spacecraft that actually use a laser to send data and information from the spacecraft to the ground. We're getting better, and the scientists love that. As NASA continues its technology demonstrations for small spacecraft, we continue with ICERA, the Integrated Solar Array and Reflector Array. This particular spacecraft showed Ka-band communications for the first time from a very small spacecraft. And then we continue with a new mission called PTD, or Pathfinder Technology Demonstrator, a series of buses this size, half of each one reserved to test a new type of product, whether it's a communication system, a new propulsion system, or a new avionics system. And now we move on to yet another laser comm system. This one is called CLIC. There are two missions, CLIC A and CLIC BC. CLIC A is a risk reduction mission in which we show optical comm from another spacecraft to ground, but with CLIC BC, we show optical comm between two spacecraft. Now let's talk about the future. NASA's always been interested in green technologies, and there's nothing greener than sunlight. This is the Advanced Composite Solar Cell System, and when this launches and deploys on orbit, you will see 81 square meters of a new solar cell material, which we can then use to move beyond low Earth orbit, out into cislunar space, and beyond into planetary space. But we're working on more than just new propulsion technologies that use clean sunlight. We're working on technologies that will allow us to build and assemble large structures in space in the future. What you're seeing here is CPOD, the CubeSat for Proximity Operations and Docking. When these two are launched and they get on orbit, they will autonomously find each other and then do self-docking. Think of the promise of that. You can now demonstrate the technology that will allow you to build large structures and large apertures in space. NASA spacecraft technology is picking up the pace. The democratization of space now realizes that more and more countries are launching spacecraft. NASA is keeping up. We're also developing technologies for the future so that we can further our science exploration needs. We have to keep up the pace because everybody is participating in space now. Humankind has had a sustained presence in space for over 20 years with the International Space Station. Now, the International Space Station, of course, operates in low Earth orbit, but we want to sustain our presence beyond low Earth orbit. We're going back to the moon. NASA is designing and developing Gateway, our new space station. It's going to operate in orbit between the Earth and the moon, called a near rectilinear halo orbit. Capstone is going to go there to prove that that orbit is as mathematically stable as we think it is. But we're not stopping there. We're going on to the moon. We're going to put boots on the moon again, and our science is going to ensure our future in space. To paraphrase The Martian, we're going to science the hell out of it. Small spacecraft are going to be part of that future. Small spacecraft are going to help realize the dreams and ambitions that we have. Our future is inextricably tied to space, and we are just beginning the adventure.
Here's lock, we have boots on the command. 31 minutes and 32 seconds for our support. Go for status spot for dump.
What you're looking at with a telescope, of course, is the light from billions of light years away. So the further you look, the more you're going back towards the Big Bang and understanding how the universe was formed.
The Webb telescope will be groundbreaking because it has capabilities that are different than the Hubble Space Telescope.
We have equipment that is so much more powerful than anything we've ever had before that it's almost impossible to tell what we will discover.
Hubble's accomplishments include something called the deep fields, looking out into space and collecting light, sometimes for many days. These deep fields have revealed visually to us a universe absolutely teeming with galaxies, hundreds of billions of galaxies.
One of the neat things about the ultra deep field, and one of the things that made it so unique was how long it took us to take that image. There's an exposure time that's expressed, I think it's 11.2 days. There's a very, very long exposure time. But probably what's more important is how many orbits it took us to do that. 400 orbits of Hubble data to take that image. You only get 15 orbits a day. To take 400 orbits and say, we're going to observe this one spot in the sky for 400 orbits. And the really unique thing about that was they picked a spot where there wasn't anything. They looked and they said, there's absolutely nothing here. And they said, you want to spend 400 Hubble orbits looking at nothing? And they said, yes, because we want to see what it can see. And I think the results from the science, I mean, it was amazing. What they saw was spectacular.
Hubble had spent 2 weeks taking pictures of empty places in the sky, and they saw they weren't empty at all. They were thousands and thousands of galaxies.
We were amazed how many galaxies we've found, and we continue to go back to that portion of the sky to increase that visibility.
The Hubble Space Telescope is an outstanding time machine. It's incredibly important for our studies with the Hubble Space Telescope to realize that when we're looking at a galaxy, we're seeing it as it was millions of years ago, sometimes billions of years ago. It's taken that long for the light to get to us.
What you're looking at with a telescope, of course, is the light from billions of light years away. So the further you look, the more you're going back towards the Big Bang and understanding how the universe was formed.
What Hubble has revealed is that the universe has in fact changed over these billions of years of time. The early galaxies, the very distant ones as we see them, are simple. Sometimes they're messy looking, they're small, they haven't had time yet to form that grand spiral structure. Over time, we see galaxies actually merging with other galaxies and growing bigger and bigger, and those mergers can look like train wrecks in our Hubble images.
These very, very deep exposures that Hubble has been able to take, we have seen right to the edge of the universe, 13.5 billion years. When Hubble was first designed and envisioned, it was never thought it could actually see that far out. But because of the advances in the instruments that we've been able to put up on the telescope, and also the cleverness of the scientists, they've come up with very interesting observing scenarios, doing these really deep exposures where we just sit there for orbit after orbit after orbit, gathering the photons. We've been able to push Hubble out very, very far.
As Hubble looks out into these fields of galaxies, we sometimes see clusters of galaxies. These are galaxies that are held nearby each other by their mutual gravity. These clusters are massive conglomerations. There's so much mass that they have an actual observable impact on space-time itself. Einstein predicted that mass distorts space, but we didn't realize we could actually see the effects of that. But with Hubble, we have been able to see distortions in space around clusters of galaxies. The way we see that is when light from a background galaxy travels through that cluster of galaxies or around it due to this gravitational lensing effect. The lensing also magnifies that background galaxy, so if we look in some of these distorted arcs, we can see more detail than we would ever have been able to see without gravitational lensing, nature's boost.
There are observations where we're explicitly looking for the lensing and they're getting science out of that just otherwise would just not be doable. Hubble has really taken that to a next level. It's doing large amounts of astrophysics that it's just never been able to do before.
Some of what we're doing with Hubble is to prepare for the new James Webb Telescope, which we anticipate launching in 2021, which will be able to see farther into the infrared part of the electromagnetic spectrum. That enables us to see some galaxies that are difficult for Hubble to see because they're so far away that their light is traveling through us through expanding space and gets stretched out into redder wavelengths, often far into the infrared part of the spectrum, even sometimes beyond what Hubble is able to detect well. The Webb telescope will give us more information about some of those very distant galaxies.
The James Webb Space Telescope is the follow-on telescope after the Great Hubble Telescope. It extends the discoveries of Hubble into the infrared spectrum region. We think that the first objects that grew out of the Big Bang material probably happened in about 100 million years after that start. And we think the Webb telescope can pick them up. They're rare, they're hard to find, but they should be there. The farthest we've been able to see with the Hubble telescope goes back about 800 million years after the expansion began. So we think we'll get much closer to the first objects with the Webb telescope.
Hubble gives information that the Webb telescope cannot give about visible and ultraviolet emission from things in the universe. And when we have all that information coming in at the same time, it's like a banquet of scientific return.
Now when we get the complete picture of every wavelength you can possibly see from ultraviolet to infrared, we hope to have the story of the growth of the first galaxies from the primordial material. So that will be a huge accomplishment that depends on both pieces of equipment, the Hubble telescope and the James Webb telescope working together.
So astronomers are very excited about this probability that we'll have both the Hubble Space Telescope and the Webb telescope operating at the same time for quite a few years. That will give us an abundance of new understanding about the universe. And already right now with Hubble, we're doing preparatory observations for the Webb telescope. We're using Hubble to do things, for example, like surveying distant galaxies to find out which ones would be prime targets for the Webb telescope. In fact, scientists around the world are proposing observations with Hubble right now specifically to help us learn information that will be useful for making the best use of the Webb telescope as soon as it's launched and gets going in its science observations.
I think the Hubble telescope has been the most productive science instrument ever built. In astronomy, there's what we knew before Hubble, and now there's what we know after Hubble. They're so different. Of course, Hubble has now had a life of 30 years, so it's had a long time to make this revolution happen. So it's not all at once. It's a gradual revolution, but it's still a huge revolution. Technology has changed dramatically over the 30 years of life of the Hubble telescope. So you couldn't even have imagined when the Hubble was launched that we would have the wonderful cameras and spectrometers that we fly today. We figured out how to send astronauts, we trained the astronauts, we figured out what instruments could be put in, we figured out how to repair everything that went wrong on the Hubble, and it's still alive. It's today, 30 years after launch. And I am so thrilled to say that our people were able to do that. That's the operations team that makes this possible. It's a miracle as far as I'm concerned, because it didn't have to be that way, but they made it happen.
A week of deployments for the James Webb Space Telescope, another remarkable achievement for Hubble and helping to improve launch safety. A few of the stories to tell you about this week at NASA. The team for our James Webb Space Telescope spent the week deploying various components on the Next Generation Space Observatory. On January 4th, they finished deploying Webb's 70-foot sun shield, which protects the telescope from the light and heat emitted by the sun, Earth, and Moon. The sun shield provides a level of protection that would be on the order of more than SPF 1 million if it were sunscreen lotion. The next day, the team began operations to deploy the secondary mirror support structure. The secondary mirror plays an important role in reflecting the light from the primary mirror to the science instruments that sit behind the primary mirror. There is another 5.5 months of setup activities before Webb will be ready to deliver its first images. Our Where is Webb site at go.nasa.gov/whereiswebb features an infographic that shows the status of Webb as it makes its way to its final science destination about 1 million miles from Earth. Our Hubble Space Telescope rang in the new year by officially passing the 1 billion second mark of its remarkable mission in space. Hubble was deployed and began operating on April 25, 1990, more than 31 years or 1 billion seconds ago. Hubble's first 1 billion seconds included 5 astronaut servicing missions to the telescope and more than 1.5 million scientific observations and counting. Our Ames Research Center in California is using cutting-edge computational fluid dynamics software and supercomputers to better understand how vibration levels during various launch abort scenarios might affect the Orion spacecraft's launch abort system. The colors in the visualizations indicate different degrees of pressure. The launch abort system is designed to safely pull Orion and astronauts inside the spacecraft away from the Space Launch System rocket in a split second if an emergency happens during launch. In response to an inquiry from SpaceX, NASA is preparing to conduct environmental assessments to develop Launch Complex 49, a proposed new launch site at our Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The 175-acre site, located north of Launch Complex 39B, would support the launch and landing of the company's Starship and Super Heavy launch vehicle. NASA and SpaceX are moving forward with the initial environmental analysis before concluding a potential agreement to develop the property. Recent upgrades to the flight simulator for NASA's X-59 Quiet Supersonic Technology aircraft are helping test pilots at our Armstrong Flight Research Center in California train in the most robust, realistic system possible. The upgrades accurately replicate the flight controls, instrumentation, avionics, and cockpit of the X-plane so that pilots can effectively practice flying in various situations and scenarios. The X-59 is designed to reduce the loudness of sonic booms that can occur during supersonic flight. Research from the project could help open the future to commercial supersonic flights over land. That's what's up this week at NASA. For more on these and other stories, follow us on the web at nasa.gov/twan.
Soaring across California desert skies, the airplanes you see here are writing new chapters in the story of man-made flight. There she goes.
This is my first opportunity to greet you as Deputy Administrator of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration.
Together, you and I must make our new
An organization that can challenge conventional wisdom.
We can engineer anything. We can write the requirements for.
We're going to make your idea work. This particular idea is quite disruptive.
A typical flight, of course, starts under the wing of the B-52 mothership.
This sleek, high-speed machine would have made Rube Goldberg proud.
The manner in which we fly re-entry from space on the space shuttle was pioneered on the X-15.
X-31 pretty much wrote the book on thrust vectoring, along with its sister program, the F-18 HAR.
An observation of an occultation is one of the more challenging missions that Sophia can do.
Right now, we are looking at the dawn of new era of aviation.
Most early inventors thought that flight control can be achieved by a pilot simply shifting his weight back and forth. The Wrights, on the other hand, knew that controlling the plane would be the key to successful flight.
Release brakes, throttle to afterburner. Watch exhaust temperature. Watch nozzle position. Check engine pressure ratio now. And all this time, steer down the runway. First nose wheel steer, then rudder. Lift nose wheel at just the proper speed to fly off in the least ground roll.
Today, man copes with a highly complex environment with physical abilities no better than he has ever had.
Greater demands on the air crew call for ever closer relationships between man and machine.
Until now, all flyers have used the force of their muscles, multiplied by gears and motors, to adjust wing and tail surfaces.
Your landing gear and flaps are operated hydraulically.
It's about 45 pounds of force to get that stick to move. It's a very athletic endeavor.
An advanced flight control system called the Digital Fly-by-Wire System has been installed by the Flight Research Center in a modified F-8 jet aircraft.
The pilot of this experimental aircraft need only indicate the desired flight path to a computer, which then calculates and actually executes the control changes needed to stay on course.
The heart of the control system is a digital computer and an inertial measuring unit that were developed for the flight control system of the Apollo lunar module. Use of this kind of control system could make air travel of the future smoother and safer by reducing aircraft vibrations caused by turbulent air through automatic response from the computer to the aircraft controls.
We used an F-111 for integrated engine controls.
Further mechanization hopes to make more optimum blending of airframe and propulsion system controls.
A computer-controlled flight system, along with some new control surfaces, allow this modified F-16 to maneuver laterally, change altitude without pointing its nose, and perform other unconventional maneuvers.
The Zeke system is full authority digital electronic control. The fastest calculation loop in the control is 24 milliseconds.
At Dryden, we had been working integrated controls here over a number of years, so we decided to see if we could extend our integrated control approach to let the engines do all of the flight control.
When Gordon Fullerton lands an F-15 and he hasn't touched the control surfaces, all the people who said it was impossible suddenly don't have a lot to say anymore.
This will be invaluable on military and commercial aircraft of the future.
You can bring it in not for just a survivable crash landing, but a precise, normal landing, which is what we did, with absolutely no motion of any external flight controls, purely by modulation of the engine thrust.
Using neural networks to identify aircraft stability parameters and to optimize control performance during test flights, will reduce development and program costs.
A neural network is a computer program comprised of a series of examples, and in our particular case, these examples are previous flight data.
Power-by-wire actuators only draw power when the aircraft is maneuvering, so that saves a great deal of energy, which in aircraft translates to fuel.
This new software allowed the aircraft's flight control computer to minimize drag by automatically determining the best setting for thrust vectoring nozzles and aerodynamic controls. Thrust vectoring is the ability to direct an aircraft's thrust for directional control, rather than relying on conventional control surfaces alone. The Intelligent Flight Control experiment, to be tested in early 1999, seeks to enable aircraft control systems to adapt to unforeseen changes in aircraft operating conditions.
In addition to advanced controls research, the FAST system allows for simulating system failures.
Data from NASA's Integrated Resilient Aircraft Controls, or IRAC project, will be used to design and develop aviation systems better enabled to safely fly and land damaged aircraft.
One promising technology that may make it possible to improve both aircraft safety and performance is active stabilization of flutter using advanced flight control systems.
STEM fans, are you ready? Let's hear it for the world-class NASA STEM Stars team. From NASA centers across the country, we present astronaut Christina Cook.
Hello and welcome to this week's NASA STEM Stars. Each week we connect with subject matter experts from around the agency to learn about their journey and their career with NASA. At the end of today's episode, I will challenge you to complete your own mission and encourage you to share your work with us. I'm Jen Hudgens, and I'm coming to you from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and I'm so excited to share today's guest with you. We're kicking off Women's History Month with a record-breaking astronaut and can't wait for you to hear her story. As a reminder, you can type your questions in the chat window and we will try to answer as many as possible. So without further ado, please help me in welcoming astronaut Christina Cook to the show. Welcome, Christina, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Jen. It's great to be with you and with all of the future and current STEM stars out there.
Awesome. Thank you, Christina. So I know all of the students out there are super curious about how do I become an astronaut? I want to be her when I grow up. So can you start by telling us your journey and how you got to where you are?
Absolutely. And I can tell you that I also wanted to be an astronaut from the time I was very young. And one of the funny things is I just never really grew out of it. I think a lot of people think about it as something you want to do when you're young. But the truth is, if you stick with it, it is something that can carry you through in your career. One of the things that I think is important is considering the whole person, not just what you study in school and not just what your work life is, but the other things that keep you constantly exploring and pushing your boundaries. And for me, those were things and still are things like fitness, travel, doing sports that kind of make me have to use my head and physical fitness all at once and have that focus and learn how to get through challenging situations. So that's something that I feel is part of kind of who I am. But in terms of where we started, so for me, as I mentioned, it started when I was very young in school. And one of the things I did and that my parents helped me out with was they sent me to space camp. So I went to space camp in middle school and in high school. And that was where I really just got to meet other people that had the same interests as I did and learn more about the space program. And another thing that I like to think about back to my time in middle school was what inspired me way back then and what drove me to pursue this goal to be an astronaut. And when I think about my room, I had posters of space up on my wall. And also I had posters of Antarctica up on my wall. These were places that drew me in because they were places on the frontier where people were doing science and exploration. And it turns out those were some of the key elements of the career that I ended up going into. So the picture you just saw was a picture of my room in high school with a poster of the shuttle up. For me, once I graduated from high school, I went to North Carolina State University. I'm from North Carolina, and I studied physics and electrical engineering. For me, I loved both the theoretical stuff and the hands-on part of building, so that's why I wanted to study both science and engineering. And when I graduated, I actually first went into being an engineer at NASA. And in that role, I worked in a lab and I did space science instrumentation. So I worked in a NASA lab where I was able to work on the space gadgets that fly on planetary probes. And along with that, I ended up pursuing my dream to go to Antarctica. And I worked in places as far off as the South Pole for an entire year. I worked in another Antarctic base called Palmer Station. And I also worked in Greenland. In those places, I got to do things like climbing on scientific towers to repair things while completely bundled up in my cold weather gear. And I got to contribute to science missions where the researchers weren't with me, but I got to be their eyes and ears on the ground running their experiments. And another important aspect of my career, in addition to being an engineer and being a field engineer in remote places, was pursuing hobbies. And for me, rock climbing was one of those hobbies that really allowed me to push myself. It helped me develop a sense of focus in high stakes instances. I did type of climbing called lead climbing, where you don't necessarily have a rope above your head and you're protecting yourself and staying safe by putting in your own climbing protection as you go. And this really taught me a lot of the skills that I've ended up applying throughout my astronaut career. So at this point in my career, with that experience behind me, I ended up applying to the astronaut program. And I found myself as one of a member of 8 in my class of astronauts in 2013.
Wow. So if a student is thinking about wanting to be an astronaut, what kind of qualities do you think made you stand out among all of the hundreds of applications that come in? And if only 8 were you have chosen, what do you think made you stand out?
I think about that all the time because I feel like the luckiest person in the world to be where I am. And I think one quality that I've observed makes astronauts successful around me is adaptability. The ability to not necessarily worry about your environment as necessary for contributing to your success, but pulling together what you need to be successful with the resources that you have, and not necessarily expecting a whole lot out of it, but recognizing that you can bring solutions to a place. So, environmental adaptability, I think I learned that through living in Antarctica many times. Situational adaptability in tough situations, I learned through rock climbing. And just, really being someone that can thrive in those types of circumstances is something that I think is really helpful.
So now that you have been chosen for an astronaut candidate, did you have to relocate? I have a student, Emil, wanted to know, where do you live now?
Yeah, great question. And there's a slide on the presentation with all 8 of us, and I can use that slide to talk a little bit about that, because the 8 astronauts that were selected are from very diverse backgrounds. We have people from the military that had actually traveled and been stationed in many places themselves. People that were scientists, engineers. So I personally was living in Montana at the time, and we all had to relocate to Houston, where we kind of came together as a team, brought all of our life skills and all of our experiences that we had gained together at that point, and started the training that would turn us all into astronauts.
So can you tell us a little bit about what it's like to train like an astronaut and learn how to do that?
Definitely. The astronaut candidate period is the time period of about 2 years where you're training to actually become flight eligible for a NASA mission. And we've got some slides to show that. Some of the toughest training and the most exciting training was the flight training. So we do learn how to fly a T-38 jet that NASA has a fleet of for our space flight readiness training, which means people like me that are used to solving problems maybe at a desk or out in the field now have to solve problems at supersonic speeds as they come up. And this picture that you see on the right shows my desk where I used to actually chair fly my missions while I was in training. And I bring that up as an example of how sometimes things that are really challenging don't necessarily come easy, but you have to do a lot of creative studying, a lot of dedicated work to get to where you need to be. Another part of our training is learning how to spacewalk. And NASA has a huge pool. It's 40 foot deep, 200 feet by 100 feet wide. And there's an entire mock-up of the space station in this pool. And we actually get in spacesuits and train in that pool. And that was some of the most challenging physically and mentally training that I have ever done. This is a picture of me and my colleague, my astronaut classmate, Victor Glover, who's actually in space right now and just did a spacewalk a couple days ago. And he and I had the same final exam together. And I think when we got out of the pool that day and I found out that I had actually passed, it was one of the happiest days of my life. And I'll never forget that I got to share that with Victor.
And I'm sure at the time you wouldn't have known that you were going to be one of 2 female spacewalks and, break a record. That is amazing. So you're actually in the Guinness Book of World Records now too, which is an amazing accomplishment for the longest time in space for female. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's
awesome.
For one mission, yes. And You're absolutely right. I had no idea, actually, at that time, I had no idea that there hadn't been an all-female spacewalk already. It was not on my radar at all that was something that I would have the honor of participating in. But when it certainly did come, it was an honor for both Jessica and I. We really felt like it was a way to say thank you and pay homage to the people that paved the way for us to be where we were.
I'm sure that was a very fulfilling 2 years of training and learning new skills, and I'm sure you love learning new things. So I'm sure that was an exciting time. So
it was.
now,
yes.
Yeah. So I was going to say, so the NBL training or the Neutral Buoyancy Lab training that you did, you said that was your graduation when you complete that. That's your final graduation from the program. So then you have
particular flow.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. So what? Go ahead.
I was going to say we like to call it learn 5 careers in 2 years period, because we had to do all kinds of things like learn all the engineering of the space station, learn how to speak Russian, learn how to operate the robotic arm on the space station. So it was a whole lot of different things. But you're right. I think for me, the biggest hill to climb was that spacewalk training. So that moment felt like the top of the mountain to me.
So since you mentioned learning how to speak Russian, which I can't imagine was very easy, we did have a question from Chris that wanted to know about cultural differences with residences or the residents on the ISS. Tight quarters and those traits must have been challenging with the different cultures. So can you talk to that a little bit about what it was like to live with other cultures?
Absolutely. There's a great slide that shows actually 9 people on board the space station all enjoying a group meal together. And you're exactly right, from all different cultures, from all over the globe. And to me, that is one of the most important things about the International Space Station and about a lot of scientific and technological endeavors and careers out there, is that usually when we're seeking knowledge and making discoveries, we're doing it to benefit all of humanity, which often means that it comes through international partnerships. We definitely do cross-cultural training. There are multiple languages spoken on the International Space Station. I personally launched on a Russian rocket called a Soyuz and did many months of training in Russia in order to be able to do that. And I think demonstrating these partnerships for something that's so difficult and demonstrating we can be successful in doing it, no matter what the condition is on the Earth between countries, is just a wonderful legacy that the space station has.
Can you talk to the students a little bit about, I think you have a slide there of the rocket that took you to space from Russia. Can you talk to the students about what does it feel like to launch on the top of a rocket like that?
For sure. And you're exactly right. You know, in talking about what we actually do day to day, our job is to fly into space. I do have a video that demonstrates a little bit about what the launch is like and shows a little clip of what it feels like to actually be in this tiny little Soyuz capsule. So we'll see if that video can come up, and I'll just talk about it. But launch day is interesting because it's actually a lot like your normal training days. It feels the same in the capsule as the simulator that we train on. And the only difference is that when that countdown reaches 0, you actually start moving and you begin going up for 8 minutes straight. And you know that when that final stage of that rocket shuts down, you're going to feel yourself floating, even underneath the straps that you've been cinched down in. And that's exactly what it's like. I was fortunate to launch with my classmate Nick Hague, and when we got to the top of that hill and we felt ourselves in microgravity, we looked over at each other and smiled because we knew that we were finally there.
Okay, it looks like we've got that video queued, so we'll go ahead and play that now.
Onboard power. Launch command issued for ignition.
Launch command has been issued. Telecom second.
So we might mute the video. You can tell us what we're watching here. Okay.
Okay, sure. So the space capsule or the spacecraft that we're in actually resides under the fairings right at the top pointy end of that rocket. And then after these 8 minutes where the various stages of the rocket are ignited, there are 3 stages on a Soyuz rocket, the fairings actually open up and your little spacecraft is just released to orbit Earth. And then there's about a 6-hour time that it takes to actually rendezvous with the space station before you dock to the space station and come on board. So this is just an incredible moment where it kind of feels like the sensation of being on a roller coaster. You do get up to about 3 Gs in acceleration. So you feel your own weight pressing on you to 3 times as much as it normally would feel like on Earth. And you're really tightly packed in. As you can see there, that's my hand turning that valve. And the 3 of us are all in there taking care of our duties as we get into space and get that orbital insertion. So pretty cool.
So can you tell us a bit about once you're finally in space and you're docked to the ISS and you're finally home, what is it like to live and work in space?
Well, we do a lot of just that work. Our work consists of a couple main things, and the most important of which is science. That's the whole reason we have an International Space Station. So we have this engineering marvel that is the space station, and its whole purpose is to do science. So it's kind of just, an example of STEM in and of itself. But we do science that cannot physically be done on Earth because of the space environment, and typically that's the microgravity environment. So one of my favorite experiments that I have a picture of was me looking through a microscope at protein crystals that we were seeing and making for the very first time ever, because we can't actually even make these protein crystals on Earth because of gravity. These types of things are used to help develop pharmaceuticals to fight cancer and other diseases. So it was an amazing feeling of discovery that had such a strong application to things that matter on Earth. And then another example of the science we do is growing plants on board the space station. Not only do we learn about the plants, but we learn how we might be able to go deeper into space using our own food. And then secondly, we do a lot of maintenance. We keep the space station going. We fix things as they break or as the space environment breaks them, and we upgrade the space station so that it's constantly able to do more and more science and learn, and we're constantly able to do more and more of bringing those benefits that we discover back to Earth. Another thing, of course, that we do are those spacewalks, and that's such a fun thing for astronauts. It's kind of this professional career culmination where we get to put all of our skills to work to keep the space station running at peak performance.
So I think we do have a picture of you during this spacewalk, and then you can see the photo there of mission control people supporting that spacewalk. So you actually have to go outside to fix things sometimes, correct?
That's right. So normally we just are in regular clothes working on board the inside of the space station, but every once in a while we put on those spacewalking spacesuits and we get to go outside to fix things. And this is that really challenging work that I talked about. They're usually about 7 hours long. You're in the spacesuit for about 12 hours total, and you're working with a team of people on the ground, guiding you through every step of the way, telling you the steps that you need to do, and they're there for you also when things potentially go wrong. So our team on the ground for this particular spacewalk is pictured there, and it just wouldn't be complete without talking about the teamwork there. That's actually what makes it great.
And I think you brought a video with you today too, with you and I believe Jessica doing a spacewalk together.
Yes, that's right. We were able to take out a video camera and get some footage of us doing some of the just the hour by hour work out there. And I really like this series of videos because it just kind of shows what it feels like to be out in open space where you don't have a window between you and the vacuum of space. It's just you in your spacesuit and working together and kind of what that feels like, both the views of Earth and the focus that it takes to get the job done in that kind of challenging environment. And Jessica and I, the spacewalk that we did was to do what you saw the title there, a battery upgrade. So we were actually changing out the batteries on the space station to a new kind that are more efficient. And you can see the solar array behind Jessica there extending up away from Earth into space as she starts to get into what we have what we call a foot restraint so that she can do simple work.
So you trained to do that kind of work in a swimming pool. So a student asked, what was your experience spacewalking like? So is it similar to swimming? Is it very disorienting, floating above the Earth that way? Can you describe what that feels like?
It can be very disorienting. It's disorienting, especially at night, because you don't have gravity to tell you which way is down or up. And so you just have to completely rely on your own kind of three-dimensional image of the space station and where you are on it, which can definitely turn you around. At night, you only have a short kind of range light to see what's just in front of you. You can't look to the side and see where the rest of the path that you're translating on is. So it can be very, very disorienting. But luckily, we have a great ground team that makes sure that you stay on the right task and that you don't get lost out there.
Awesome. So let's go to see what kind of questions we've been getting from students now that we're talking more about what it's like to be an astronaut in space. What kinds of long-term effects on your body from being on the ISS so long have you been able to reverse or successfully manage? And that's from Selena.
Sure. The biggest one that I'll talk about is muscle and bone density loss. And I do have a photo of me running on the space treadmill if they're able to pull that up. But I'll tell you that in the absence of gravity, there's actually your body on its own would lose muscle and bone density because you're not even lifting your own body weight as you move around. So we have a very regimented exercise schedule where we exercise 2 hours a day, and it includes both cardio and weightlifting or resistance training, which we have a special machine to do since obviously nothing weighs anything in space. So those are some of the big ones, but there are others that might surprise you. There are changes to the heart because of how it has to pump differently, not having to pump against the gravity, the Earth's gravity. There are changes actually for some people with their eyesight and their eyes. There are changes in your kidneys. And then also your neurovestibular system. Obviously, your inner ear that normally tells you which way you're pointed, it has to actually shut off, or your brain just stops listening to that organ because it's not sending any signals that make any sense while you're up there. So when you come home, it's actually very hard to walk because you don't have that system working, and you have to relearn to kind of reincorporate your vestibular system. So there's a lot of changes that take place, and actually studying those is a big part of what the science is that we do on board, because we want to know how long we can have a mission and hopefully go out to Mars one day, which would be maybe 1.5 years long, maybe longer.
And I think that we have some information about sleeping in space. We had a question about what is it like to sleep in space? So I think maybe if we pull up that video, I think that would probably tell the greatest story that
definitely
can show students what that's like.
Sleeping in space is great, and I will allow everyone to see this video. So a lot of times people ask why, how do you sleep in space, or why do you have to sleep in a sleeping bag in space? So first of all, this video is going to show you guys why. This is me in the lab module of the space station, and I'm just utilizing these kind of bags of cargo as what would be a bed and what we don't use in space, and show you what happens if you actually try to lay down in space. And you can see it doesn't really work very well. because you would just float away. And actually, this is a weird feeling to get used to when you first get to space, because we're so used to this, the sense of being able to just plop into a chair or on a bed and go to sleep at night. And then if we go forward in this video, you can see, so since we can't sleep like I'm trying to do here, what do we do instead? And what we do instead is we actually use a sleeping bag. So we'll see if we can fast forward to that part here in a minute. And I will tell you on
orders there.
Yes, on the space station, we all have, our bedrooms are very small. They're about the size of a phone booth, and they're situated on the ceiling, on the floor, on the side. So my bedroom is actually on the ceiling. So you can see here, I'm actually popping up into the ceiling of the space station. And then when I reorient sideways, you can't even tell the difference of whether or not you're straight up and down or sideways. So here I'm showing how you first get into the sleeping bag, which is of course attached to the wall in your tiny little crew quarters. And you have to basically zip yourself up, because if you didn't, after you fell asleep, you would just float around aimlessly around the space station all night, and who knows where you would wake up or what you would bump along the way. But it is wonderful, peaceful sleep. For me, it was way more comfortable than sleeping on Earth. I had some of the best sleep ever in space, and our sleeping bags have little holes for your arms so that you can stick your arms out, and they usually just float in front of you. You kind of look like a zombie while you're sleeping. So that is typical sleep posture in space.
That looks very cozy. I heard
Yes,
it's very similar to like sleeping on a raft in a swimming pool, kind of.
Yes, you could say that for sure.
Okay, so we have tons of questions, Christina. So I hope you're ready for all of these great questions. So we have a question from Jenny in Windberg Middle School. What do you enjoy about your astronaut career?
I think the thing I enjoy the most is the teamwork. And there's a great slide that I prepared for this that hopefully we can show of what a team on board the space station is like. And that camaraderie that you have with your crew and with the teams on the ground that you know that you're working with and that are supporting the mission is just so important. And it's such a great feeling. In this particular picture with the 9 of us, normally there's only about 6 people on board the space station, but we had a short period where we had 9 folks. The first ever astronaut from the United Arab Emirates was also there, along with our Russian colleagues and a European astronaut. And so just that sense of international camaraderie is definitely a highlight of the job that I do. And then actually the next slide shows that same camaraderie with our ground teams. So we do celebrate Christmas on board the space station, and in the background is a picture, a live picture shown on the big TV at Mission Control of us on board the space station. And in front of that picture is the mission control team that was with us over Christmas. And these people came in, and of course, right on Christmas Day to be with us and run the space station and keep us safe. And we truly felt like we were one big family celebrating that day.
So we have a question from the Plasmeyer family. They want to know what went through your mind when you first saw our precious planet Earth from space above.
I was completely stunned, and it happened when I was in the tiny little Soyuz vehicle. Again, I don't know if they have the pictures, but there is a picture of the Soyuz vehicle with the Earth behind it that maybe could flash up. And I looked out of the little window while we were on our way to the space station. It was not long after the rocket cut off and we were suddenly quietly floating just autonomously in the blackness of space. And I opened my window and looked down, and bright as you can imagine was the Earth below me. And nothing anyone could have told me could have prepared me to see that from that view. And actually, I exclaimed something like, "Oh my goodness." And my crewmates weren't sure what I was talking about. Maybe they were startled and wondering if maybe I had seen something that they hadn't. So I learned that in a small spacecraft, don't necessarily surprise people by saying, "Oh my goodness." And as soon as they knew that it was just my first time ever seeing Earth from space, they understood exactly what was going on.
So we had an interesting question, and I kind of want to know the answer to this one as well. So Jen wants to know, not me, another Jen, can you wear contacts in space?
You can wear contacts in space. For me, and it sort of depends on why you have your contacts. For example, if you have contacts that have to remain in a certain orientation and do that with a weighting of the contact lens, that doesn't necessarily work in space. So that was actually my case. And so I ended up wearing my glasses in space, as you may have seen in some of the pictures. But I preferred to wear my contacts when I was doing spacewalks. So I did wear contacts while I was doing spacewalks, but most of the time during the day, I just wear glasses.
Perfect. That was a good answer because I was curious too. Did you face any challenges or obstacles as a woman astronaut?
I would say absolutely. Yes, definitely. I think throughout my STEM career, I have faced challenges, and some of those are just overcoming the sense of being the only woman in the room sometimes. There were plenty of times in meetings or teams where I might have been the only female there. And, sometimes that ends up, turns into just funny anecdotes that come out of that. And sometimes it can be hard. It could maybe feel lonely. I think that's changing right now. So I hope that people that choose those STEM careers now don't face necessarily what I did. But for me to overcome that, I would think about the women that came before me when they were literally maybe the first person in their entire university, and the attention, the extra scrutiny, the extra expectation to maybe represent your entire gender, those things that they face so much more of than even I did. And it reminded me to be strong and to continue to give my best every day and to focus on being the best I could be and be excellent in my job, and not just being there and participating. And that really helped me focus on the mission more so than the additional challenges that were brought along because I'm a woman.
Okay. Parker would like to know, do you know when you get to go to space again?
I do not necessarily know, but I do hope to go back one day. It was an amazing thing to be a part of, an amazing thing to contribute to, and I want to keep giving back and doing that.
So I think it's important that the students know that you've been chosen as one of the Artemis astronauts, which means that you may have a chance to go to the moon someday. So I think that's pretty exciting. So congratulations on being selected to that team. Yeah. Let's see, maybe one more question. Michael would like to know, do you use Wi-Fi in space?
We do use Wi-Fi. There is Wi-Fi on board the space station, and the funniest thing ever is that there is a password. So anyone coming up and, coming near the space station from somewhere else would have to know the password before they got on our Wi-Fi. No sharing.
Yep, good to know, good to know. All right, so we are getting ready to end our episode. So I do want to tell the students a couple things, and then I'll give you a chance to maybe give some last encouraging words to the students. So next, your mission, what are we challenging you to do? So we have an awesome activity where you can learn how to code and create your own video game to dock to the International Space Station. So we encourage you to go to this website. We'll drop it in the chat for you so you can click on it and check it out. And then we would like you to share your video game with us. Show us what you've made on the hashtag NextGenSTEM. And then next week, we are going to be celebrating the 20th anniversary of the International Space Station with a program manager, Ann Garber, and that'll be next Wednesday at 2 o'clock. And to make sure that you don't miss any more of our NASA STEM Stars episodes, make sure you hit that subscribe button down at the bottom. And then I'm going to go ahead and turn the mic back over to Christina to give you some last final minute inspiring words.
Thank you, Jen. I think one thing I'd love to leave everyone with is the answer that I often give when people ask me for what advice I might have for people pursuing any career that they're passionate about. And number one, it is just that, pursue what you're passionate about. But I like to follow that up with do what scares you. And that doesn't mean take, unnecessary risks, but what it does mean is oftentimes things that scare you or intimidate you are things that you're intrigued with, but they might seem like they're just out of reach for you. And I think those are the things that you should point yourself in the direction of. Those are the achievements that once you do, you'll find extra enthusiasm, a sense of accomplishment that will drive you further and make you realize that there really is so much more you can accomplish than you might think. And secondly, I'd like to leave you all with the words to support each other. I think when we focus on supporting supporting the people around us and not just ourselves, it one helps us to learn the qualities that we can incorporate in our own lives to make us successful, but it also makes us achieve a greater community success and makes us recognize that the real goal is to contribute collectively in the best way that we can to have the highest and most collective achievements kind of given back into the world. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be a part of today. It's been a great conversation, Jen.
Thank you, Christina, for those very inspiring and encouraging words of advice. We're going to leave you now with a great video of her welcome home by her awesome dog, Sadie. And I just want to say thanks for joining us today, and we'll see you again next time, STEM fans.
NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory presents the Von Karman Lecture, a series of talks by scientists and engineers who are exploring our planet, our solar system, and all that lies beyond.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us tonight. My name is Mark Razzie from the Public Services Office at JPL, and again, want to thank you so much for joining us for this edition of the Von Karman series. Tonight, we're going to explore the infrared spectrum, or at least some of it. Now, William Herschel first discovered the infrared in 1800, but it wasn't until the mid-20th century that real research into that part of the spectrum began. But when it did, it began in earnest. There have been many instruments, telescopes, and spacecraft that have all worked to reveal mysteries hidden in the infrared, but there are still plenty of unanswered questions. Tonight, our guests, who are but two of very many people working on these projects, by the way, are going to talk about two upcoming missions that hope to deepen our understanding of our universe by continuing to delve into the infrared. Helping me out tonight with the Q&A is our co-host, JPL Public Outreach Specialist, Caitlin Soares. Hi, Caitlin.
Hello and welcome, everyone. As Mark mentioned, my name is Caitlin and I work in public outreach at JPL. We have a fascinating program for you tonight and we want you to be involved in the conversation. So please ask questions in the chat and we'll try to address as many of them as possible tonight throughout our discussion. If you don't see the chat for some reason, please refresh your browser and it should appear. And I'll turn it back over to Mark now so he can introduce our brilliant speakers for tonight's program.
Thank you very much, Caitlin. So our guests tonight are Dr. Dita Markovich, who is a research scientist at JPL working on the Euclid mission, and Dr. Phil Korngut, who is a research scientist at Caltech and the instrument scientist on the SphereX mission. Good evening, my friends. How are you guys?
All right.
Good, super happy to be here.
To be here.
Thanks. Our pleasure. So Phil, to set the stage, would you be so kind to give us a little bit of a primer on the electromagnetic spectrum?
Sure, be happy to. All right. Well, when you think about fundamental measurements in astronomy, there's really one observable we're talking about, and that's electromagnetic radiation. Now, you're more familiar with that term by its colloquial term, light. And all the signals that we're measuring, from the gamma ray through X-ray and all the way to the radio, those are all just different flavors of light. And the parameter which governs that flavor is what we call wavelength. So what you're looking at here in this plot is the electromagnetic spectrum that is accessible to astronomers. That x-axis there in wavelength is a logarithmic scale, and it spans 15 orders of magnitude. So that's literally a factor of 1,000,000 times 1,000,000,000 in the available light that's out there. The way you think about those different flavors in terms of your real world is is in color, except it's far outreaching from what your eyeballs are used to. If we go to the next slide, you can see in context the optical, which is every piece of light that you've ever seen in your life, from blue to red, which spans only about less than a factor of 2 in wavelength. So that's a pretty wild concept to think about. There's a million billion colors out there. You could see just over a factor of 2 of them. So there's all sorts of observables which can trace all sorts of stuff from astronomical objects. It's not a surprise why your eyeballs work in that wavelength range called the optical. If you click on the next slide, we'll show the spectrum, the emission spectrum of your very favorite source, or at least the one that is most common here on Earth, which is the star that is our hometown, or the sun, which is about on the order of 5,700 degrees Kelvin. And its spectrum looks like that, which peaks in the optical. On the next slide, we'll kind of zoom in on that neighborhood. And, the peak of the sun, which is right there around green at a few hundred nanometers wavelength, just redder than red, so at longer wavelengths than your eyeballs work at, is the near infrared. And that's the region that we're interested in discussing today. And there's all sorts of interesting sources out there. Nominally, things which are emitting thermally in the infrared, so things that are not quite as hot as the sun, that go down to thousands to even hundreds of degrees Kelvin. Now, there's a problem with doing that kind of observation here on our hometown of the Earth. If you click to the next slide, you can see what our atmosphere does. So while Earth's atmosphere is great for things like breathing and living on, it's not so great for looking through. So all of those magenta lines that you're seeing there, that's absorption features in our Earth's atmosphere. So, while air looks clear to you in the optical, if you look in the near infrared, it's not really clear at all. There's all sorts of stuff absorbing. Not to mention that everything, that's here on Earth that's, kind of room temperature is actually glowing in light and emitting. So it really makes sense when you're doing astronomy in the near infrared to get off of this planet and go up into space.
So, Dita, then, if you would be so kind, tell us why the spectra are so important in astronomy.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. So I guess what I should say first is that astronomy is kind of like detective work. It's not quite like other science where you can, put something in a lab and poke it and see what happens and then, figure out the laws of nature that way. In astronomy, the things that we're interested in are really, really far away. So all we can do is kind of sit here and hope that information will, on its own come to reach us. And so things that we observe, we look at stars. And if you're a cosmologist like Phil and I, you look at things that are much, much further away than stars, like galaxies. And so what we do is we sit here and we collect the information that's coming to us from those galaxies. And the most common way this information reaches us is through light. We're talking about the electromagnetic spectrum today, so that's of course what I'm talking about here. And so this light comes from these really distant galaxies to us, and we build these huge collectors of light or telescopes to capture it. And then of course we examine all the information. We try to get all the information that's in this light. And one of the things that we do is we break it up into its component wavelengths or frequencies or energies, which is basically the spectrum that Phil has been telling you about. And these spectra, they contain basically a fingerprint, a really specific pattern that tells us a lot about the chemical properties, the thermal properties, and the kinematic properties of the thing that's emitting that light. So the light source, so the properties of the stars and of the galaxies. And so we can have, like very small ranges in wavelength or frequency where there's a bit of extra light in there, and those are called emission lines. Or we can have part of the spectrum where there's a little bit less light. So if you show the next picture, you can see I've sort of made a picture that shows a kind of a pattern of these absorption lines where there's a little bit less light, and there's an emission light with a little bit more light. And this is a specific pattern that we can understand really well, because the exact pattern of the emission absorption lines comes out of quantum physics, and we can play around with this in the lab and actually calculate exactly what these lights might appear for, in different, if you have different types of stuff that's emitting the light, different gases at different temperatures. And what's also really cool is that something really interesting happens to this pattern. And if there's some kind of motion of the emitter of this light. So let me first tell you about the Doppler effect. So you might have heard of it before, and it's an effect that happens in sound. And it's I'm sure you've all, even if you don't know the expression Doppler effect, you would have experienced it, because an example of it is if you have an emergency vehicle that has a siren that's moving towards you, and if the emergency vehicle is moving towards you, it's as if the waves, the sound waves, are getting squished together, and so the pitch of the siren, is higher than usual. And if the emergency vehicle is hopefully moving away from you, then it's as if the sound waves get stretched out and the pitch falls. So the siren, as it approaches you, it's high pitched, and then as it moves past you and goes away from you, the pitch falls. And something kind of similar happens in light, and it's really interesting. But the big difference is, one of the big differences is that the thing that is emitting this light needs to be moving with respect to the observer. So its speed with respect to you has to be a lot higher than of that emergency vehicle. In fact, this light emitter needs to be traveling at a significant fraction of the speed of light. So you might say close to the speed of light for this kind of shifting effect to be observable. So what happens is if you have a distant galaxy that is for some mysterious reason moving away from you, the wavelength, it's as if the wavelength of light gets stretched out. It gets redshifted, and so the pattern moves towards the red part of the spectrum. And if the galaxy was moving towards you, the light would get blue shifted. So this specific pattern, this fingerprint that we can understand, moves towards the blue. And so you can measure this red shift or blue shift. And about 100 years ago, there was somebody called Vesto Slipher who tried to measure, he looked at a bunch of things that he called nebulae, but we now call galaxies because we know that they're outside of our own Milky Way. So he measured a bunch of red shifts, and he noticed that in fact, there were mostly red shifts, and there was already a handful of galaxies where he actually found blue shifts. And then sometime later, somebody called Hubble came along, and he looked at this data and he supplemented it with other data. And he looked at it and he said, okay, let's measure the distances to these galaxies and see if there's a relationship between redshift and distance. And so if we look at the sky and we look at all of these galaxies and we measure redshift, so we might get a picture like the next picture that I have here for you. This picture was actually made a lot after Slipher and Hubble. This was from an experiment called 2MASS. Here you have lots of little dots, and they have different colors, and the different colors correspond to different measurements of redshift. So this is what this would look like on the sky. But what if, so as I said before, what if Hubble said, what if we can measure distances to all of these galaxies and see if there's a relationship? In fact, there is a relationship, and I have an equation for you now, so brace yourselves. So if you show the next picture, it's the only equation, I promise, and it's just to illustrate the importance of the redshift distance relation. So what you're seeing here, on the left-hand side, there's a D with the subscript A, and that's the angular diameter distance, as we call it. And on the right-hand side, there's the letter C, which is the speed of light. We have the letter Z, which is the redshift, and then an integral of 1 over a function called h. That's called the Hubble function. And that function contains all the information, well, a lot of the information about what the universe is made of. And it tells you a lot about the history of our cosmos. So if you can measure the D, the distance, and if you can measure the Z, the redshift, so this is the distance redshift relation, then you can infer so much about our cosmology, about this H function, about what the universe is made of and its cosmic history. And so now, if I can show you a picture of what happens if you connect distances and redshifts together. So these dots on this picture, this is again from 2MASS, they're all different galaxies, and the colors denote the redshifts. And of course, distance is distance, and we sit in the center, we're the observer. And you can see that redshift increases with distance. And so when Hubble realized this, of course, he didn't have a picture as nice as this, but he had something like that. When he realized, when he saw this relationship, he said, oh, wait a minute, that must mean that the universe itself is expanding. Space itself is pulling these galaxies apart. So that those that are the furthest away from us seem to be moving away from us at the highest speed. And so this way, if we can make these kinds of three-dimensional maps of the universe, of the distribution of galaxies in the universe, we can look both far away into space, but we can also look far away into the past. And that's because light has a finite speed. So that if I'm looking at a galaxy with, of course, a big telescope, it's very, very far away. What I'm seeing is not the galaxy as it is today, but the galaxy as it was when light left this galaxy, which may well have been billions and billions of years ago. And so this way, as we look into the distance, we look into the cosmic past. And Phil, I think, has a nice picture to show you what happens if you look through, what you might see if you look through the cosmic past.
Right. Yeah. So if you bring up the next slide, let's look at some of the implications of those concepts that Dita just introduced. Right. So this figure is a cartoon of the history and the evolution of the universe. That arrow that goes from left to right represents time from the very beginning until today, which is all the way on the right side, where you see today the structure of the universe as we know it, that has all sorts of galaxies populating this cosmic web of structure. And this diffuse light that's out there today that came from all sorts of tidal interactions in the history of the evolution of galaxies, where stars get flung out way into their exerts. So if we think about observing today in the near infrared, all of those galaxies in their what's called a rest frame, so in today's unredshifted wavelengths, they're emitting in the near infrared, and they peak there because they have a bunch of stars which are cooler than our sun. But if we think about now looking further away, hence further back in time, also, since the universe is expanding, we're looking at sources that are redshifted far away. So if you go all the way back to about only tens of billions of years ago, the first stars and galaxies, which were forming out of the neutral hydrogen, which cooled and condensed, and those first stars turned on, emitting in their rest frame ultraviolet, so really blue and really hot. That's now redshifted into our observation. So when we talk about the infrared background, another term that we use is the extragalactic background light. We're thinking about the integral. We're measuring the integrated light production in all of cosmic history. And it turns out that when we look at the structure today in galaxies, the way they're populating in this web, all of that structure was seeded at the very earliest epochs, right after the Big Bang, in an epoch called inflation. So there are these two epochs of rapid expansion in cosmic history, that early epoch of inflation, and then today where dark energy is taking over and is expanding our universe rapidly. So the large-scale structure today is tied to those earliest epochs through what was seeded as quantum fluctuations, which I'm going to pass it back to Dita to tell you a bit about.
Yeah, Dita, if you would be so kind, can you elaborate on those a bit?
Yes, I'm happy to. In fact, I can even show you an animation. So if you show the next thing that we have to show. Thank you. So there's something really strange happening if you look at empty vacuum of space. So if you were able to go into the vacuum and see what it looks like, it might look pretty boring to you. But if you could zoom in and look on the tiniest microscopic quantum scales, you would see that it's anything but boring. Now, of course, we can't do that. We can't see these scales. Even with the best microscopes, we can only see hints of it. And we certainly can't observe what we, this kind of thing that I'm showing you here. And what I'm showing you here is called quantum fluctuation. It's kind of like this bubbling on quantum scales. And what's happening is that basically out of nowhere, pairs of particles and antiparticles are as if they're borrowing energy from empty space and coming into existence. And then a small fraction of a second later, they're annihilating each other and returning this energy back into space. And this was actually also happening at the very, very beginning of the universe, except that back then things were even stranger. At the very, very first moments of our universe, the universe was really dense and really hot. And then these things were bubbling, the quantum fluctuations were happening. And suddenly, space itself started to expand in a really, really dramatic way. Not just expand, but accelerate. So it was speeding up, the expansion was speeding up, as Phil mentioned. And we call this process in the early universe, we call it inflation, and we don't really understand what drove it and why it happened, and we don't understand the thing that's powering it. But as the universe expanded, the density dropped and it cooled. And this thing that was powering this inflation, it underwent something that you could call a phase transition. So what happened was that the cooling pushed this strange stuff to decay into more familiar particles that make us up and that we can interact with. Also a bunch of other weird stuff on the side, but that's too. And so the universe was expanding, and as inflation was over very quickly, a very small fraction of a second, what it had done is it pulled these quantum fluctuations from these tiny microscopic scales to macroscopic observable scales. And so these little bumps that were kind of small and big bumps on all scales were frozen in, so they didn't bubble anymore, but they were there also on observable macroscopic scales. And so what we had now, after a very small amount of time at the beginning of the universe, we had this lumpy soup that was made up of particles of normal matter, but also of dark matter. And this lumpy soup, of course, was being governed by the laws of physics, so it felt gravity and it felt pressure. So these little lumps in the soup felt pressure, and they suddenly started inflating into these bubbles of sound. So sound was propagating through this early universe. And now, this situation kind of lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. So we've gone from a fraction of a second to hundreds of thousands of years. And after some hundreds of thousands of years, this sound stopped propagating because the density dropped so much. And these bubbles of sound that were propagating through, they got frozen in. So I'm going to have an animation for you to show you these bubbles of sound and what happened afterwards. So the bubbles of sound, so if you go to the next animation, please. The bubbles of sound were also, influenced by gravity. So the shells of these bubbles fragmented under gravity and collapsed into galaxies. But galaxies also formed at the centers of the bubbles, and that was because of dark matter. So dark matter didn't feel this pressure at the beginning of the universe. It didn't, sound wasn't propagating through it, so it kind of remained in the locations of those original lumps. And then it also attracted lots of normal matter towards them, and that's what that normal matter then fragmented under gravity into galaxies and collapsed. And the really cool thing about these bubbles is that the physics to calculate their size is pretty straightforward. So we can actually calculate how big we expect them to be today. So this is 150 megaparsecs. And so if we look at the sky and we know how big these bubbles are supposed to be, if we can see them and measure how big they appear, then we can measure distances. So it turns out that these bubbles were discovered in astronomy about 15 years ago. They're called baryonic acoustic oscillations, formally, and they are an amazing measure of distance throughout a huge amount of the universe. So looking back into the past, you can measure distances to really distant galaxies, but you can only do it statistically. So using this measurement of distance that works so well, and then measuring the redshifts of the galaxies that make up these bubbles, then you can calculate this distance redshift relation, and you can see this effect. You can see the effect that as Phil mentioned, that the universe started accelerating. So the expansion of the universe started accelerating again billions of years after inflation, and this accelerated expansion we say that it's fueled by dark energy, as Phil mentioned, and we don't really know what dark energy is. And so, in fact, dark energy and inflation are two of the biggest mysteries of modern physics. And that's really exciting to work on.
That's really, really cool. So let me call for the next slide and kind of summarize what you two have talked about so far. So there have been two epochs where the expansion of the universe was speeding up. The first epoch was called inflation, and then the current expansion, which is due to dark energy. There's a wealth of information related to both of these phenomena buried in the large-scale structure of the universe, and these two missions are going to help us, pull some of that out. So the Euclid mission will probe the structure at about half the age of the universe, if I got that right, and from that we'll infer what dark energy is doing to the universe's expansion today. And then the SphereX mission will survey a huge volume of large-scale structure in the nearby universe, and from that will teach us about the energy field or fields that drove inflation in the first instance of cosmic history. So, Phil, let's bring you back. If you please, tell us about the SphereX mission that you're working on.
All right. Yeah. Well, I've got an overview on the next slide. And so SphereX is indeed another, it's a tortured acronym. It stands for the Spectrophotometer for the History of the Universe, Epoch of Reionization, Explorer. And it's designed really as one of the first missions where not only are we going to make a map of the whole sky in imaging, but we're going to take a spectrum towards every single pointing at a resolution of 6 arc seconds in the entire universe. And from that huge data set, we've optimized further to really get at these 3 main science themes. The first is, as we've been discussing, to measure the large-scale structure in today's universe, so tracing all the galaxies as they populate this cosmic web. And by doing statistics on the relations and how clumpy and clustered they are, to tie that back to those quantum fluctuations at the real dawn during inflation. But also, we're going to measure that integrated light field in the extragalactic background light. And from that, to disentangle the various components which came from that epoch of reionization, or the time when those first stars and galaxies were turning on and evolving through cosmic time till today, where there's all sorts of diffuse light that's gotten flung out to the far reaches of exurbs. But also at our more close to home, in our own neighborhood of the Milky Way, so our parent galaxy that we live in, we're going to use this very this significant feature of absorption that comes from ice, so just water ice. And we're going to survey our galactic plane in our neighborhood for water ice absorption. And as we know, at least on Earth, where we're looking for life, we're looking for water. And so most of the water in the universe is actually not liquid, it's in ice form. So SphereX is going to survey the galactic plane for water ice absorption. On the next slide, I'll show you a movie of how we implement this. So SphereX, it lives in what we call a sun-synchronous low Earth polar orbit. So at about 700 kilometers over the Earth, we're going around on this terminator line. So it's always sunrise or sunset for SphereX. And we keep our solar panels there to our back to the sun to keep us nice and charged up and powered. Now you can see as we pan up, SphereX has these set of 3 nestled shields. We call them photon shields. Their job is to block the radiation which is coming up off the Earth, the thermal radiation from the Earth, as well as the sunlight from getting to the core of SphereX, which is that telescope you can see there. This telescope, because we're working in the near infrared, has to be cooled to really low temperatures, and we do so passively using the actual cold of deep space. Doing that, we can cool this telescope down to 40 Kelvin. Most of us, at least in America, think in terms of Fahrenheit. That's the equivalent of minus 387 Fahrenheit. And we need to get down that low to control the emission, actually the light emitted from our telescope. At the core of SphereX is what we call a linear variable filter, an LVF, and I've got a picture of one on the next slide. And this is where we get all of our spectroscopic power. It's a really efficient way of doing this in space. It's a little piece of sapphire, which has a very special optical coating on it, which only transmits selected wavelengths depending on where you land on the filter. So in that picture you're looking at, you could think of on the left, it would only let through bluer light, and then towards the right, it would let through the redder light. So depending on where a source or a galaxy lands on our filter, we're measuring it at a different wavelength. Now we use these linear variable filters in concert with a wide field telescope, and if you go to the next slide, I'll show you how that looks. So the telescope is made entirely out of aluminum, and it's actually a pretty modest size. The aperture, or the primary mirror, is only about 20 centimeters, so kind of basketball sized. And if we cut it in half there, you can see we've got 3 mirrors. Now a telescope's job is to take light from the other side of the universe, so collimated light that has parallel rays, and it brings it to a focus at what we call the focal plane. That's highlighted in that square there. At that focal plane, we place an assembly of 3 detectors, each of which has their own linear variable filter. So depending on where the light hits, we're measuring it at a certain wavelength. So you can see that light going through at a certain position. We'll make an image, and it might look something like what you see on the left there. We tally up all the light that got detected there, and from that, we've now made a single point on a spectrum. If we move our telescope so that that same source lands at a different position, so we dithered it, now we're measuring it at a different wavelength. We make another image, we add up all the photons that we detected, and then we've got another point on our spectrum. If you go ahead and repeat that about 50 times, we'll build up an entire near-infrared spectrum for that source. If you go to the next slide, so if we were to do this only for an individual source, that'd be really inefficient. But the beauty of SphereX is that we're multiplexing heavily. So in this animation, I've hid that center LVF, and instead we're placing a simulated image of what SphereX's sky looks like, put it to scale on that detector. And so now that we've flown in, you can see that we're measuring simultaneously a spectroscopic sample for hundreds of thousands of sources at every moment. So we measure hundreds of thousands of sources at each time. We take about 600 exposures per day, and then we do that relentlessly for 2 years, building up spectroscopic data set for billions of objects. On the next slide, we show you how we do that. So again, we're going around the Earth, around that day-night boundary, and we dither our linear variable filters around as we fill in those gaps. And so we put every single position on the celestial sphere to every position on our focal plane, and then we're measuring it at all the wavelengths. So as the SphereX goes around the Earth and the Earth goes around the Sun, it gets modulated and moves around, and in 6 months' time, we've built up a spectrum towards every point in the sky. We do this 4 times, and to build up a redundant spectroscopic sample to build up that robustness. So on the next slide, I'll show you a simulation of what we might expect from the SphereX dataset. And this is super exciting. We're flying through now. I think it's important to convey to you that this is actually, it's not an artist representation. This comes from an actual simulation that was done by our colleagues at Argonne National Labs, who, using what we know about the contents of the universe and the large-scale structure, simulate with 1 trillion particles in a computer that universe throughout cosmic time and populate the galaxies that live within this dark matter web. So that blue puffy stuff that you see as we're flying through, that's the dark matter lattice. And so this kind of gives you a scale of just the vastness of the data set. I should also mention that what we're flying through right now is about 1/200th of what the SphereX data set is going to look like. And once we have this 3-dimensional map that has all of these galaxies spread out in space, we'll do all our statistics on their clumpiness, how they're associated with their neighbors, on all sorts of scales, including the large scales. And from that, to learn to tie that all the way back to the quantum fluctuations which seeded that large-scale structure at the very earliest epochs of the universe. So as we're flying through, we're flying away from the observer, so we're looking back in time, earlier and earlier in the universe's history. And you can see as we start getting out here, the number of galaxies is going down. Now, that's not because the number of galaxies in the universe goes down there. It's because this is a simulation of the selection function of SphereX. So it's tuned to our sensitivity and our wavelengths and what we've optimized our survey for. So now, as it's getting sparser out here, is a good time for me to turn back over to Dita and Euclid, because that's where they start to shine and pick up where we left off.
Yeah, Dita, if you could hop back in here, and tell us about the Euclid mission that you're working on. This flyby is so cool.
Yeah, I'm really happy to. Yeah, so basically Euclid takes over just about now at a redshift 0.8, and it's aiming to find galaxies between redshift about 0.8 to 1.8, and that that redshift range corresponds roughly to the time where dark energy was really just starting to become important, kicking in, and the universe was starting to reaccelerate its expansion. And so Euclid will be aiming at this range, and we will be looking at basically emission lines that correspond to a certain quantum transition in hydrogen, and that happens to fall in the lab. It falls into the visible part of the spectrum. But once you get redshift, once you get the universe expanding and looking at these galaxies, this feature, or this part of the fingerprint in the spectrum of galaxies, gets redshifted into the near infrared, and that's why Euclid has one of the two instruments is an infrared instrument. But generally, Euclid looks a little bit different to Spherex. The configuration is a little bit more familiar, and it will also be orbiting much further away from Earth. So if you show the next graphic that we have, you'll see that the Euclid spacecraft we will be sending it to something called the second Lagrangian point of the Sun-Earth system, which is about just under 1 million miles away from Earth, so far outside the Moon's orbit around the Earth, and it will be orbiting both the Earth and the Sun simultaneously at that point. And the reason why we want to go to the second Lagrangian point is it's a particularly stable point in the Sun-Earth system, and the reason why that's important is because if you go there, you need less fuel to correct your orbit. Obviously, the amount of fuel is limited because this thing is very far away. It's not like there's a gas station there, a hydrazine gas station. So of course we want to conserve fuel, and that's why it's important to go to one of these stable points. And so the spacecraft itself will look. I have a little graphic that will show you what the spacecraft will look like. This is CGI, but it almost already looks like this. In fact, the payload module just arrived to Italy this week, where it's being assembled together into the full spacecraft that you see spinning on your screen. So this is what Euclid will look like. So you have this cylindrical part that's on top now. That's the telescope part. It's a reflector telescope. It has 3 mirrors, and the primary mirror is 1.2 meters in width, which I guess is about 4 foot. And so that's the telescope part. And then the middle part is the so-called focal plane, where the light from the telescope will focus, and it contains 2 instruments. One is a visible light instrument that I'm not talking about today, and it's made up of similar chips to the detector chips that you might have in your camera phone. And then you have a near infrared detector. It's also just an array of 4x4 chips. And then at the very bottom, or at the very top right now, is the so-called service module, which contains a computer and the fuel tanks. And that computer basically controls where the telescope is pointing, and it's also talking to Earth. It's talking through 3 main really big antennas in Argentina, Australia, and Spain, so that, as the Earth spins, we can stay in contact if we need to. And then you have, of course, this flat bit on the side, I guess on that side for you, where that's the solar panels, basically, and it's also a shield that shields the telescope and the electronics from solar radiation, which might heat it up. But it also, of course, powers some of the electronics. So the 2 instruments in the focal plane will be taking images of the sky by collecting the light through the telescope. And let me show you what those images might look like. So if you show the next picture that I have for you, so in the near infrared instrument, we'll be taking images in the infrared with 3 different filters. It will just be fields of galaxies. But then there will also be a spectroscopic exposure. This is called slitless spectroscopy, where the light from all the sources in the field of view will be going through kind of a glorified prism. And these little lines that you see in this picture are basically the spectra of distant galaxies, which are the little ones, and then the very saturated spectra of the stars in our Milky Way galaxy, which we don't care about in this particular context. And so the really tricky thing here is that your field of view is going to be full of all these overlapping spectra. And that will create, a trick. It means that we need to use very sophisticated data analysis methods to extract those spectra, those emission lines, and those redshifts. And so one of the ways we're going to do that, which is basically the simplest way, is to have these prisms, these fancy prisms. We're going to mount them in the telescope, several different ones at different angles, so that this picture will be rotated and it will be easier to disentangle these different spectra. But also we've been building, for years, tens and hundreds of people have been building this sophisticated software pipeline to extract all of these really tricky things. And so we'll get spectra of tens of millions of galaxies all across the extragalactic sky. And we will also make three-dimensional maps using these spectra, and we will statistically extract those acoustic bubbles and connect redshift to distances that way. And so we will try to reproduce what Hubble did 100 years ago, and hopefully do something a little bit better than that. And so let me show you what Hubble did 100 years ago. If you look at the next picture, that's actually Hubble's plot from his paper, where he plotted velocity against distance, and velocity corresponds to redshift. And you see this line of increasing velocity with distance. Of course, he got the numbers quite wrong, but the trend was still there. We know the universe is expanding. And so if you zoom out massively now, you get a plot like this, which is what we're doing nowadays in cosmology. And so it's not just Euclid. There's been several experiments that have been trying to make this connection. And so there's been several ground-based experiments, and their results, specifically to do with redshift distance relation, I've put on this plot with the colorful single dots. And then I've shown you what we think Euclid will do and how it will fill this gap in distance and redshift with very, very small error bars that you can't even see because they're hiding behind the points. And so this is what Euclid will do. And so I've put on here what experiments have done so far and what Euclid might do. But I've also put four lines on here. And these lines, they correspond to different universes, different types of universe that we might live in. And you can see that even already all the data that exists is lying very close to this solid line. And this solid line corresponds to a universe that is only 5% made of regular matter that we're made of, so-called baryonic matter. 25% of it is made of dark matter, and 70% of the universe is made of dark energy. And that's what all the data is pointing at. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to do with Euclid and with SpherX and with all these different experiments, is try to really get this data really, really precisely, make these lines really, really precisely, and try to understand all the properties of dark energy and how it impacts the accelerated expansion in the universe, and of course of inflation in the case of SpherX, and try to understand what that implies about fundamental physics. And I personally am really excited about that.
Thank you so much, Dita. That is just so cool. So let's bring Phil back, and then just let me mention, as of now, Euclid's scheduled to launch in a little over a year, and SpherX in just a few years. And I also wanted to note that, as many of you that are familiar with NASA may already know, all of this data will be publicly available.
Yeah. So, I think I hope we conveyed some of our excitement for this upcoming, missions. And, we've concentrated, Dita and I are cosmologists, and so that's kind of our area. But I think what's really going to be exciting is that we're shoveling all of this data just out into the community, the astronomical community, but also just the general public. And those data sets are going to have so much information. Just in the case of SpherX, there's going to be billions of galaxies with spectroscopic data, hundreds of millions of main sequence stars, hundreds of brown dwarfs, and all sorts of other stuff. Euclid is going to cover supernovae. They're going to do gravitational lensing. There's going to be, millions of galaxy mergers. And perhaps the most exciting stuff is just what we haven't even thought of yet. Right? The discovery space, when you do these kinds of huge surveys and just, deliver a really big data set out into the world of astronomers to mine and glean as much information as possible out of there. If I had to bet right now, I'd say the most exciting thing to come out of SpherX is really something that we haven't thought about right now. So I'm really excited, and I hope we conveyed some of that excitement to you today.
Oh yeah, very cool, you guys, both of you. Thank you so much. It's going to be great to see just what becomes of all this great data. So I think this is a great time to see what kind of questions we have out there. So Caitlin, what are you seeing out there in the media world?
Sure. So this one is for Phil. Musical Wolves on YouTube asks, can SpherX see a galaxy behind a galaxy? Does anything block its view? Is it possible for it to see through?
Well, so it's an interesting question, and it depends on the contents of the two different galaxies and what the line of sight that goes through it. So that absorption features, those will imprint different features. So if you have like a background illuminating galaxy, and let's say, really, young and has lots of star formation, and lots of UV, so really blue, and then the galaxy that's in front of it, could have lots of molecular clouds and dust and stuff. What you would see from the background source would have an absorption fingerprint from the foreground source. So, it's hard to disentangle those. We always have to deal with the resolution of our, we can only measure so fine of a thing. We use the word confusion in astronomy, but mean it literally. But the beauty of spectroscopic is that, if you have two spectra that are on top of each other, and if you have a high redshift galaxy and a low redshift galaxies, you can see by separating out the colors the different stuff that's in both of them.
Great. Thank you. We have another one. This one's for Dita. This is a good question. How far away does something have to be for it to redshift?
It's not about distance, really. It's about this apparent motion of it with respect to the observer. But I guess you could be asking actually about how far does a galaxy have to be in order for the expansion of space to redshift it. And I mean, in principle, it's not a hard limit, it just becomes more and more redshifted. So it is really about the apparent velocity. But it's just that the further you look, the more it seems redshifted, which has to do with the expansion of the universe. But of course, there are also galaxies do actually move around because of gravity as well. So this is actually a really interesting topic that I work on, but I definitely don't have time to talk about it. But there's something called redshift space distortions, which means that galaxies are moving around a little bit as they're kind of going with the expanding space. And those redshift space distortions actually can tell us a lot about our theories of gravity, and we can test Einstein's theory with that, and that's also really exciting.
Thank you, Dita. That is very exciting. I think we have time for one more question. This one I think would be for Phil. So Ray on LinkedIn asks, how fast is the universe expanding? Does it expand at the speed of light?
So, okay, when we talk about, that plot that Dita showed, we call that the Hubble flow. And if you look at what we call H naught, or how fast it's expanding today, it's around 67 to 70-ish kilometers per second per megaparsec. Okay, so let's think about that for a second. It's actually a very convenient unit, because we think about, okay, a megaparsec, that's a huge distance. So let's just answer that question at a megaparsec, which is a distance that's pretty cosmologically far away from us. But that means that those galaxies are basically moving away from us at 70 kilometers per second at that distance. So that's how far away. Also interesting about that expansion rate, if we now think, okay, kilometers per second per megaparsec. Okay, kilometers is a unit of distance, megaparsec is a unit of distance. So you can convert things around and those distance cancel out, and then you're left with 1 over seconds. So it's an inverse time. If we invert that time, you'll get something around 14 billion or 13.8 billion, and that's the age of the universe.
Wow. Well, thank you very much, Phil. Thank you very much, Dita. So, folks, that's about all the time we have tonight. So I want to thank both of you, Dita, Phil, thank you so much. Caitlin, of course, all the folks behind the scenes, and of course, all of you out there for tuning in. As Caitlin said earlier, this is your space program, and this is one way for you to participate in it, and we appreciate that, so thank you. So please join us next month when we'll talk with JPL scientist Josh Willis about the Sentinel-6 Michael Freilich satellite's first year in space. That'll be a good one. Until then, be safe and stay well. Good night.
Get an inside look at NASA Glenn Research Center. From wind tunnels to drop towers and vacuum chambers, our virtual tours offer you a 360-degree view behind the scenes of our world-class facilities and labs. It's where we simulate aircraft flight conditions on Earth and the harshest conditions found in our solar system. Tap or click the arrows or use the menu on the left to navigate to each area within the facility. Tap or click the icons within the tour to view videos, images, and see testing in action. So go ahead, explore NASA Glenn, and learn how we develop and test innovative technology for aeronautics and spaceflight.
You just watched the trailer to the inaugural season of NASA Explores Cryosphere. The 9-episode series first launched in October 2018, taking a hard look at the great lengths NASA goes to study a part of the Earth that's often called the canary in the coal mine, a serious indicator of present, past, and future climate change. The show was filmed right here at our studios at Goddard Space Flight Center, as well as on location in California, Alaska, Greenland, Iceland, Antarctica, and the Arctic. Our crew followed many of the people you're about to meet into the harsh elements to capture their stories and were rewarded with breathtaking icescapes. When you think of a NASA explorer, you might imagine an astronaut or even a scientist studying the outer reaches of deep space. In reality, while NASA is unlocking the mysteries of our solar system, it's also looking for answers on Earth, the only planet we know of so far with life. So sit back and enjoy this 9-part adventure story filled with awe, triumph, loss, and courage. Be sure to stick around afterward for even more exciting bonus material from the 2018 Cryosphere field season. Here at the end of the Earth, it still feels like a place for raw exploration and adventure. It's vast in all directions and ground zero for some of the biggest questions we have about the climate. But when we decided to make a series about the frozen places on Earth, we knew there would be one hurdle we would need to jump over first. What is the cryosphere? The what?
Ooh.
I have no idea.
While I'm aware of the cryosphere, I don't actually know what it is.
It has something to do with ice. All right, that's all I got. How do you get people acquainted with the cryosphere when most of us don't even know what it is?
Hey, so here we are, Washington, D.C., standing on the roof of NASA headquarters. That's the Capitol building right behind me. And what headquarters does is kind of serve as the focal point to connect the dots.
That's Dr. Tom Wagner, NASA's cryospheric program scientist at headquarters. In short, Tom is responsible for making sure NASA knows what the current status of the cryosphere is.
The cryosphere is everything from the snow that falls by your house to the icy reaches of the Himalayas, to the big ice sheets of Antarctica all the way at the South Pole, and also the frozen ground of the Arctic, and even some of that frozen ground that's currently under the ocean.
If you had to break it down, you'd have a mix of sea ice, snow cover, permafrost, ice sheets, and glaciers.
Right now, our best predictions are that sea levels will rise anywhere from 1 to 3 feet within the next 100 years. 3 feet of sea level rise has the potential to displace about 100 million people, which is a lot of people that need to find new homes.
Our current reality places us at a near tipping point, and the cryosphere is playing a huge part in that delicate balance.
So one of the things people don't know about NASA is that we study the Earth, and we've been doing that since NASA's inception back in the 1950s. And we study the frozen part of the Earth in a variety of ways.
Missions like SNOWX, Airborne Snow Observatory, Oceans Melting Greenland, Operation Icebridge, Arctic Boreal Vulnerability Experiment, and countless other labs and individual researchers stand at the forefront of monitoring the cryosphere. But this year was a particularly big year.
3, 2, 1, and liftoff of Grace Follow-On, continuing the legacy of the Grace mission of tracking the movement of water across our planet.
2 state-of-the-art satellite missions are being launched in a single year as part of a major attempt to understand Earth's frozen places. Our scientists are answering hard questions, sharing stories from the field, and giving their best predictions for what we can expect of a warming world. We're taking you with us as we follow NASA explorers on their journey to the frozen ends of the Earth, as they study our rapidly changing world from satellites, planes, and boots on the ground. What we think of snow depends a lot on where it falls. If you live in the eastern US, maybe it's fun. Or maybe it's just a pain.
But if you live in parts of the world where they depend on the water that's in the snow for a large fraction of their total water that they use for drinking, for agriculture, for industry, or for hydropower, the snow is a very important natural resource. For example, in the western part of the United States, 80 to 90% of their renewable water comes from snow.
Snow is one part of the cryosphere that many of us have actually encountered before, but it also plays a critical role in regulating the Earth's climate. Through decades of remote sensing, NASA has kept a close eye on the ebb and flow of snow cover.
We now have a 52-year record of snow cover in the Northern Hemisphere, and we can see changes in the extent of snow cover over the time period, particularly in the last few decades, where we can see that the snow cover has been retreating. It's been melting a lot earlier in the springtime.
The extent is relatively easy to do, and it has been done over the years. What's tricky is, though, how thick is that snow? And it's even trickier how much water is in that snow.
That tricky part is known as the snow-water equivalent, or how much water would actually be in a layer of snow if it melted. NASA and its partners have taken to the air to help solve this elusive mystery. First, there's the Airborne Snow Observatory, or ASO, a small plane outfitted with a couple of instruments, one of which measures snow depth using LiDAR. LiDAR measures distance using light from lasers. Since 2014, ASO has flown over basins in California and Colorado, taking before and after looks at snow depth. Scientists subtract the snow-free summer data from the snow-on winter data to get an idea of the snow depth. There's no single way to measure all types of snow across the globe, and so NASA's other airborne campaign, SNOWX, is testing different combinations of sensors. This winter, SNOWX will test a new instrument, the Snow-Water Equivalent Synthetic Aperture Radar and Radiometer, or SWISAR.
SWISAR consists of two main components, one of them being the radar and the second one being the radiometer.
So with the radar providing the depth of the snow and the radiometer providing the density of the snow, we could put those two things together and get the snow water equivalent. Here in the chamber, we're going to measure different radiation patterns at our different frequencies and do some full system testing in this chamber. This chamber kind of enables us to isolate various types of radiation and interference. And in about a month, we're going to take the instrument, mount it on a Twin Otter in the Grand Mesa in Colorado, and we're going to fly it over the Grand Mesa and take various different measurements. This is what we call our engineering flight.
Making sure the sensors are calibrated is key in order to face the challenges nature will throw at them.
Half of the area that gets covered by snow every winter contains trees and forest. And the trees make it difficult for the sensors to see the snow that's underneath the trees, so it makes it difficult for us to measure how much snow there is. After the snow's had a chance to sit on the ground for a while, it gets denser and denser and denser over time, and it changes, which is another reason why snow is very challenging to remotely sense. It doesn't stay the same. It's constantly changing. One of the things that we often do in the field is go dig what we call a snow pit. We literally dig a pit in the snow so we can see all the different layers. The layering is very important.
All this digging is part of ground truthing SNOWX, a way of matching up what the airborne instruments see and what is actually sitting on the surface. The ultimate goal of SNOWX is to figure out what the best combination of instruments would be for a future satellite mission in order to get a global picture of snow.
We need to know how much snow is in a snowpack, because if we had too much snow and the snow melts too fast, then you can get flooding. And if you don't have enough snow, or if the snow melts too early, that can lead to a longer wildfire season, a more intense drought, and we need to know these things for water resource planning.
I can't really name anyone that has so much integrity as she does to the things that she's accomplishing. It's pretty amazing. Having Claire as a role model, just a strong woman in science and just so smart and so kind. It's just a huge confidence booster. Is that, hey, I could do that too, you know? That's possible, that's successful, that's what I want to do.
I would characterize her as a pioneer in the field.
The amount and quality of the work she's put out is second to none.
I know people who have a lot of tenacity. I know people that have integrity, but it's rare that people have both together in that, you know, that combination that Claire does.
Every morning, Dr. Claire Parkinson gets up before sunrise and runs 2 miles to work. She hasn't missed a day in nearly 40 years. To know the evolution of sea ice and how we observe it from space is to know Claire. This year, she's celebrating 40 years at NASA.
When I arrived at Goddard, which was in July of 1978, it was an incredibly exciting period here. Satellites were pretty new, but a lot of data had been collected.
NASA scientists were inundated with information, and Claire was in a cohort looking at sea ice, trying to make sense of a jumble of very raw, very new data. It was around that time that Claire and her team, at the time led by Dr. Jay Zwally, created the principal sea ice record that we use today. How does something like that record help you do your job? Oh, that record is fundamental to understanding sea ice. So without it, we wouldn't know how rapidly it's changing. You may not realize it, But Claire's work studying the changing extent of the ice caps deeply affected our understanding of climate change, and relatedly, our understanding of how climate change affects life on Earth.
One of the clearest signals for climate change that resonates with people has been this shrinking of the polar ice cap in the summer that we're able to see because of Claire's work.
After we had a record that was about 15-20 years long, we started noticing that the extent of the ice in the Arctic was getting smaller over time.
Sea ice is formed on the surface of the ocean, and therefore is made from seawater. The biggest concentration is in the Arctic, and it's also where the biggest loss in sea ice is occurring. Every year, NASA reports on the sea ice minimum and maximum extents. As expected, the data is concerning.
By now, not only has this trend toward lesser ice continued, but it's even accelerated, so that now the decreases are greater than what they had been.
These trends are deeply troubling, but one thing's for sure. Our awareness of shrinking sea ice extent due to climate change was propelled faster and further after Claire Parkinson arrived at NASA.
I mean, she takes her job seriously, and the health and welfare of those instruments in space, yeah, she's on it. You know, it's one of the things you don't worry about because Claire's in the loop on these things. It's going to be fine.
In science, we stand on the shoulders of giants, on the shoulders of those who explored before us. But then, some among us are giants.
Tuesday was cold, I almost froze my toes. Oh, what's it gonna be next week? Who knows? That's climate. Oh, that's the climate you got. You take a bunch of weather and you average it together and you're doing the climate rock.
Glacial pace. It means something's happening so slowly you can barely tell it's happening at all. That used to describe the very incremental movement glaciers and ice sheets experienced each year. But now that's changing. We're tagging along with 3 NASA scientists to understand the different lengths they go to not only investigate ice sheets and glaciers, but also communicate their often complicated science to the public. First, let's get oriented. Ice sheets, in pink, pretty much occur in only 2 places, Antarctica and Greenland. Glaciers, in yellow, play a key role draining melt off the ice sheet. Glaciers are also found in the high mountains, but we'll get to those in another episode.
So we know that something's happening in Greenland right now that's unprecedented in the last several thousand years.
That's Dr. Josh Willis, oceanographer at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Josh and his team are tackling one of the major environmental challenges of the 21st century, trying to answer fundamental questions about how melting glaciers impact sea level rise.
With my mission, Oceans Melting Greenland, or OMG for short, we're trying to understand just how much of Greenland's melt is caused by the oceans.
Along with being one of NASA's top scientists working on the cryosphere, Josh is passionate about demystifying climate change in typically unconventional ways.
I think by reaching out to people with a little bit of humor, a little bit of fun, maybe a song, you really have the opportunity to help people understand and come to terms with what we're doing to our planet. Because it's definitely happening and it's definitely a big deal, and we need to start preparing for it.
Down at the opposite pole, Dr. Kelly Brunt is getting ready for a major expedition.
In December and January this coming year, I'll actually be in Antarctica down near the South Pole collecting ground-based GPS data.
This is actually Kelly's second expedition to the South Pole. The first occurred in December and January of last year. Both surveys are critical and will help validate data collected by NASA's airborne campaign, Operation Icebridge, and the recently launched satellite mission ISAT-2.
All three of these layers, that ground base, that airborne, and the satellite, are all tied together. The ground base helps validate both the satellite and the airborne helps give us more validation data for the satellites, but also a bigger story with respect to the depth of the ice sheet and what's going on underneath the surface.
While some scientists are taking measurements in the fields, others are looking for answers in physics and lines of code.
For me, those projections that we are doing, they do have a very personal meaning.
Dr. Sophie Nowicki is an ice sheet modeler. That means she and her team have the important job of forecasting how ice will change in the future, which also predicts changes in sea level rise. It's a job she doesn't take lightly, especially since urban planning and infrastructure use her team's models to make decisions about the future and safety of their communities.
When we make those projections that are 100